You're lying here, wired but tired, your body still braced as if a sound might come from nowhere, sharp and sudden, demanding reaction. Your thighs are tight, clenched in that quiet readiness we carry through long days, like you're holding your breath just beneath the surface. The weight of the day hasn't settled into your bones yet. It's still lodged in the muscles of your legs, a low hum under the skin, waiting for permission to let go. And maybe tonight, maybe right now, that permission is being offered. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is wearing you down, a doctor or therapist is the right person to talk to. But what's happening here is simple. A way to tell your body it's safe to rest, not because everything is perfect, but because this moment, this breath, this quiet room is enough. You don't need to fix anything tonight. You don't need to solve anything or push through the exhaustion. The nervous system doesn't care about effort. It responds to safety, not willpower. And your body has been working hard all day, maybe even in silence, without saying a word. It's held tension where you didn't notice, where you didn't think to look. And now that same body is asking for relief. Let me guide you through something gentle. The long exhale, a slow breath out, longer than the in-breath, not forced, just allowed. You felt this before, how the act of breathing slowly, deeply, gives your whole system a momentary pause. The lungs empty completely, and that release is more than air. It's a signal. Danger has passed. There is no threat here. Not now. Start with one breath like that. Just one. In through your nose, soft, not deep enough to strain, just steady. And then out through your mouth, slow. Let it take longer than the in. Let the exhale stretch out, a long sigh. You can feel the muscles of your belly soften as you release. There's no need to chase calm. Just stay with that breath. Watch how the body responds when given time. Now, another one. Same pattern. In through the nose. Let it fill gently, without pushing. And then out, longer than the in. A deep, quiet letting go, as if you're releasing something heavier than air. An invisible weight from your shoulders, your hips, even your mind. It doesn't matter where that tension came from. Right now, it's not about origins. It's about release. You are allowed to breathe this way for as long as you need. You don't have to do it perfectly. Just keep coming back, like a wave returning to the shore. No judgment, no pressure to get better. This isn't performance, it's presence. As your breathing settles, begin to notice what's around you, not with urgency, not for information, but simply as orientation. Let your eyes open just slightly, or leave them closed, whichever feels more natural. But allow the attention to drift slowly through the room. The outline of the ceiling above you, the shape of the wall near the foot of the bed, a shadow where light meets dark at the edge of the door frame. Notice how quiet it is. No sudden sounds, no alarms, nothing moving without reason. You can hear your own breath, yes, but that's not danger. That's life. That's you, still here, still alive, and still safe enough to rest. There are no threats in this space tonight. Not from the walls, not from the floor beneath you. The room is holding you. Let your awareness move gently across it all. No need to name anything. Just let it pass like clouds over a sky you don't have to control. You're not searching for anything. You're simply allowing yourself to see what's already here. The stillness of the air, the soft edge between light and dark, the shape of your own body in the bed. That quiet awareness is important because it tells the nervous system that this space isn't hostile. There's no need to scan for danger. Your eyes don't have to stay locked on one point. The world is not closing in. You are not under siege. And so, slowly, very slowly, the muscles of your face can begin to soften. Start with the jaw. Let it unclench. Not forced, just allowed. Release whatever pressure you're holding between teeth and gums. your tongue softening against the roof of your mouth now. Let that muscle relax too. There's no need for tension anywhere in the face. No reason to keep fighting a war that has already ended. Now, let your eyes soften around their edges, not focusing, not straining, but just letting them rest where they are. The muscles behind the eyelids, the small ones near the corners of your gaze, all of them can loosen. No need to look at anything in particular. You don't have to see everything. Just be here. Let that softness move down into your shoulders. Those places we carry stress without noticing. Shoulders lifting, climbing toward your ears like a defense mechanism from long ago. Not now. Let them fall away. Not all at once, but with each exhale, letting go of the weight you didn't know you were carrying. Your hands, they might be curled slightly, fingers tensing as if bracing for impact. Let that change too. Open your palms gently. Let them lie flat on top of your body or rest beside you. Notice how softness spreads from fingertips to wrist. There's no need to grip anything right now. The world won't move without you. Now bring attention to your belly, not with judgment, not because it's supposed to be relaxed, but just as a place that can let go. It might feel tight, clenched in response to the day's stress, like it's holding its breath too. But here, now, there is no reason for tension. Let it soften. Let it yield. Allow your abdomen to rest, not flat, but gently yielding with each exhale. The muscles beneath are tired. They don't have to protect you anymore. You're safe. Feel how that spreads down into the low back, that small of your spine, where many people carry stress like invisible armor. It doesn't need to be tight. No one is coming through that door tonight. Let it release. Let it sink. Let gravity do its work, not resistance. Now, turn your attention to your legs, especially your thighs. You're aware of them, tense, coiled, braced for a sound you haven't heard yet. That's okay. It doesn't mean anything is wrong. But here's what I want you to notice. There is no need to stay this way. You can let go, not because it will be easy, but because it's possible. Let that pressure begin to ease, not all at once, but with each slow breath out. Feel the muscles in your upper thighs now, tight like rubber bands wound too long. They don't have to hold you up anymore. The bed is holding you. The ground below is holding the house. You are supported completely. With one long exhale, let go of that tension just a little more, not forcing it down, but allowing it to melt into the mattress beneath you. Let your legs grow heavier as they settle deeper. Imagine roots growing from your hips, slow, quiet tendrils sinking through foam and wood and earth below, connecting with something solid. You don't need to do anything to make this happen. You just need to let go of trying to stay ready. The body knows how to rest when it feels safe, but only if you stop fighting the process. Now, as your legs release further, let that softening move down into your calves, past the ankles, into your feet. Let your toes uncurl, not with effort, just letting them fall where they are. No need to point or pull. Just let the soles of your feet meet the bed, soft, grounded. Feel how much heavier your legs have become. Not like a burden, but like something finally allowed to rest. The weight is no longer held in resistance. It's now part of the quiet surrender. You're not pushing against gravity anymore. You're letting it carry you down. And here's where it gets gentle. Let that pressure, what was once tension, what was bracing for noise, now sink through your thighs into the bed beneath you. Not forced, just allowed to settle, like water finding its level. With each exhale, imagine that tightness moving deeper, not escaping, not vanishing, but transforming into weight, becoming part of the mattress's soft embrace. Let that pressure sink deeper now, not into the bed alone, but through it, as if your legs are no longer separate from the ground beneath you. The mattress yields, yes, but so does what lies below. The wood beams, the foundation, the earth itself. You aren't just resting on something, you're beginning to feel like a part of its quiet stillness. There's no urgency in the settling, only release. Your thighs are heavy now, not rigid, not locked, but soft with surrender. That tightness that once stood guard has softened into substance, into weight. It doesn't vanish. It transforms. And as it does, you may notice a subtle shift. Your breathing slows again, almost without effort. The air comes in slower, rests longer, and leaves even more slowly. Like time itself is remembering how to breathe with you. Now, let that breath carry one new awareness. The warmth spreading through your legs. Not hot or sudden, not a fire, but something deeper, quieter, like sunlight after rain, slow and steady. It starts at the center of your thighs, where tension used to live, and moves outward, through the backs of your knees, along the calves, down into the arches of your feet. There's no demand here. No need for it to be warm or cool. Just let it be. The heat isn't trying to fix anything. It doesn't care if you're tired or alert. It just exists. Like a quiet current under the skin, gently loosening what is held too long. And as that warmth spreads, notice how your body begins to match its rhythm. Not forcing, not adjusting, just allowing. Your legs are no longer bracing. They aren't trying to protect you from anything. They're simply there, in their own space, on the bed, supported by gravity and structure and time. You might feel a slight tremor, not of fear, but of release. A ripple through muscle that's been wound tight for hours, maybe days. It's not weakness. It's just your body letting go after holding steady through things it didn't ask to carry. Let the tremor be welcome. Let it pass like wind across water, rippling, then still again. You don't need to stop it or guide it. Just stay with the feeling of your legs as they begin to truly yield, not collapsing, never collapsing, but settling into a kind of grounded softness that feels almost impossible when you're awake and wired. That's because this isn't something you do on purpose. This is what happens when your nervous system finally hears. You are safe. You don't need to be ready anymore. Now, let one more detail enter the field. The way your legs press into the bed, not with force, but with intention of release. The weight is no longer resisted. It's not pushed down. It's simply allowed to exist in its fullness. Each point of contact, the inner thighs against fabric, the backs of knees meeting the mattress, the heels resting slightly off the edge, feels different now. Not tense, not waiting, just present. Like your legs are finally remembering what it means to be supported. And here's something gentle. Let yourself feel the bed responding. It doesn't push back with resistance. It yields in return, not dramatically, not suddenly, but quietly, like a body that knows how to listen. The fabric gives under you, molds to shape, holds your form without effort. You're not being held up. You're being held in. And that difference matters. There's safety in the way it meets you, cradles you, accepts you exactly as you are right now. Now, let your attention move just below the surface of touch. The feeling of pressure on your skin without needing to name it. No need for labels. Not soft, not firm, just sensation. The slight warmth where leg touches fabric. The subtle shift when weight moves slightly during a breath. These aren't signals of danger. They're invitations to notice. Small, quiet confirmations that you are here in your body and it's okay. And as you stay with this, let the idea take root. What if the act of letting go isn't something done once, but a continuous unfolding? Not an event, not a switch flipped, but a process. Like water finding its way through soil. It doesn't rush. It doesn't force. It just moves where there is space. And your body has been making that space all along. Let that thought sink in. not as a concept, but as a feeling that you're already allowed to be soft, already permitted to stop fighting. Attention wasn't wrong. It was trying to help. But now it's no longer needed. And so it can fall away, not with a crash, but like dust settling after wind. Now, let your legs feel the difference between holding and being. One is active, straining, guarding, waiting. The other is passive, resting, receiving, belonging. You've been in the first for too long. Now you're learning how to be in the second again. And it's not about doing anything new. It's just about stopping what you've been doing so hard. Your thighs may still feel heavy, but now that weight isn't a burden. It's proof. Proof that your body is beginning to believe. I can rest at this moment, right here, with air moving in and out slowly, with muscles releasing without effort, is enough. And as you lie there, let the idea of time shift too, not by hours or minutes, but by presence. You're not trying to get somewhere. There's no destination other than this. The softness beneath your legs, the slow breath, the quiet hum of stillness spreading through limbs that were once on alert. There is nothing you must do now. No need to stay awake or fall asleep. Just be with what is. A body releasing pressure it has carried too long. Sinking into a kind of rest that isn't earned. It's simply given because you're allowed. Now, let the sensation in your legs deepen, not by focusing harder, but by letting go more. The tightness at the top of your thighs, where tension gathers when the mind races, can soften even further. Not with effort, not through willpower, but by not resisting. Let it unfold like a flower opening after dark, slowly, without fanfare. And beneath that softening, something else may appear, a quiet knowing, a sense of homecoming, not to a place, but to the body itself. The fact that you can lie here exactly as you are, tired, still holding some edges, legs slightly tense in memory, is not failure. It's proof you're alive. And now, in this space, it's okay to be tired and soft and safe. Let your breath continue its slow descent, not rushing towards sleep, but simply continuing on its path, in, out, longer each time. The exhale carrying more of what no longer needs to stay held. And as that happens, let a new image form, not in words, but in feeling. The way roots grow downward through soil, seeking stability without force, not breaking ground, not pushing ahead, but simply going step by quiet step into darkness where it's safe to be still. Your legs are like that now, not trying to reach anything, just sinking deeper, not into the bed alone, but into time itself, into the long night, into a kind of rest that doesn't ask for permission. You're not falling asleep because you tried. You're drifting down because your body remembers how to surrender. And somewhere in this quiet, without sound or movement, your legs feel different, not lighter, not heavier, just settled, as if they found the place where tension belongs, not on the surface, but buried deep, where it can be released into stillness. Let that settle further. Let your awareness rest there, at the base of your thighs, in the space between pressure and softness, between readiness and release. And as you stay with this, let go of every thought about what should happen next. Not because you're giving up, but because you've already arrived. You are here. Your legs are resting. The tension has transformed into weight, and the night is holding you in silence, just like it always meant to. You're still here, not moving, not forcing, just letting your legs stay as they are. Tense at first, yes, but now something deeper has begun. It's not that the tension is gone. It's that it no longer needs to be held in place. There's a quiet shift beneath the skin, like water finding its level after being stirred. The muscles along the front of your thighs, the ones that have been clenched since earlier today, since before you even knew why, don't need to fight anymore. They can soften because the world has not moved on without you. It hasn't demanded anything from you in this moment. There's no one waiting for a response. No alarm, no message, no urgent thought that must be answered. Let your attention stay at the base of your thighs, where skin meets bone, where movement begins and ends. Not to fix it, not to change it, just to notice how the body holds memory in its fibers, how some parts remember what others have forgotten, that you once ran toward something or froze when danger came close. But now, there's no need to run. No one is chasing. There's only this space, your bed, your breath, your stillness, and it's enough. Feel how the weight of your legs begins to settle, not into the mattress alone, but into the floor beneath the bed. Not through force, not through effort, but by letting go so completely that gravity does the work for you. You aren't lifting anything. You aren't holding up. You're just allowing. And as you do, something slow and quiet happens. Your legs begin to feel like they belong in this place, not as instruments of survival, but as part of a body that can rest, that is meant to be still. Now, imagine the blood moving through those muscles, not rushing, not pooling, but flowing, gently in rhythm with your breath, in and out, each exhale sending a signal downward. It's safe, not loud, not urgent, just steady, like water seeping into dry earth over many hours. No sound, no drama, just the slow reclamation of space by stillness. Let that sensation grow, not because you want it to, but because your body has begun to trust this moment enough to let it happen. The skin on your inner thighs may feel warmer now, or cooler, or both at once, like a quiet shift in temperature where tension used to live. That's not an effect you're creating. It's just what happens when the nervous system stops scanning for threat and starts receiving safety. Your legs are not resisting anything anymore. They don't need to prepare. There's no incoming noise, no sudden motion expected. You can let go of the idea that your body must be ready at all times, that it must always be on call. The truth is simpler than that. You're allowed to stop. And when you do, when you really allow it, the weight in your legs becomes not a burden, but an invitation to stay, to remain, to sink deeper into the present without needing to justify being here. You don't need to earn rest. It's already available. It's not something you achieve. It's something you receive. Now, let that idea breathe through your body like air passing between two stones, soft and quiet. Your legs are still there, not gone, not changed, but no longer carrying the weight of vigilance. They're just here, in this bed, with this breath, with this silence. Notice how the back of your thighs, the place where muscles meet tendons, can begin to relax even more. Not by stretching, not by pushing down, but simply by not holding on. Let that space open, like a door left ajar in an old house. No one comes through, nothing rushes in, but there's room, there's air, and with each breath, the feeling of being enclosed, of being contained by tension, softens. Now, try to feel your legs as part of a larger whole, not separate from you, not isolated in their strain, but integrated into the rhythm of your body's quiet return. Like roots spreading through soil after rain, not reaching outward for life, but settling inward, drawing nourishment from stillness. You don't need to know where they go. You just need to let them be. And as that happens, let a new sensation emerge. Not in the muscles, not in the skin, but in the space between your legs. A softening of tension you didn't even realize was there. Not pain, not discomfort, just pressure. The kind that lives in the center of your body when it's been on guard too long. It doesn't need to be eliminated. It only needs to be released. Let that area open like a flower after dusk, slowly unfolding without needing permission. No rush, no hurry. You don't have to do anything but let go. Just enough so the breath can pass through it more easily. The air moves in and then out, And with each exhale, you give less resistance. There's no need to force this. There's nothing to fix. This isn't a problem that needs solving. It's just an old way of being. The body holding itself ready. Now shifting into something else. Not faster, not better, but softer. More at ease. More at home in its own skin. Let the back of your knees feel heavier now. Not because they're tired, but because gravity is taking over. Not resisting, not bracing, just letting go. Your legs aren't trying to stay up anymore. They don't need to be strong. They just need to be here. And that's enough. And as you let them sink, notice how the air in your lungs changes. It doesn't have to work harder. It moves more slowly, more naturally. Just like your breath is beginning to settle into a rhythm all its own. Not one you're forcing, one that's already there, waiting beneath the surface of stress. Let this be enough for now. Just stay with what's true. Your legs are relaxed, not because they've been told to relax, but because they no longer have to stay tense. They can stop doing their job as guards, as protectors, as keepers of alertness. They don't need to remember everything that happened today. The loud voices, the rushing thoughts, the moments when you felt exposed or unready. That's all behind you now. Not erased, just released from responsibility. Your body can stop carrying it. You can stop holding your breath for a signal that will never come. And as you settle into this, let your attention drift even deeper, not to any single place, but just down through the legs, past the calves, past the ankles, all the way into the soles of your feet. Not to fix them, not to change them, but to notice how they rest against the surface beneath you. How they are held, not by willpower or effort, but simply by presence. The floor supports them. The bed holds them. And in this moment, that's all any part of you needs. Support, not perfection, not performance, just being held. Let your feet feel grounded, not because they're pushing down, but because they've stopped resisting the ground. They can lie flat now. No need to curl or tighten. No demand to be ready for anything. Just still. And with that, another shift in how you feel about your legs. Not as instruments of movement, but as part of a whole body learning to belong again. To rest without guilt. To stay without needing to leave. To be here, exactly as you are, with no expectation of what should come next. You don't need to fall asleep to make this real. You just need to let go enough for it to happen. And as you do, feel how the tension in your thighs is not disappearing, but transforming. Not into nothingness, but into something quieter, deeper, a kind of stillness that doesn't ask for anything, that doesn't need to prove itself, that simply exists. You're allowed to be this soft. You don't have to earn it. It's already yours, just waiting beneath the surface of alertness. And now, let your breath slow further, not faster, but deeper. Each inhale, gathering quiet. Each exhale, releasing more of what no longer needs to stay held. The long out breath is not a command. It's an invitation to stop, to rest, to believe that safety isn't something you build, but something you receive. Your legs are still here, still present, but they're no longer on duty. And the night, it hasn't changed, but now it feels different, because you do. You're not trying to get somewhere. There's no goal except this, to be held by silence, by weight, by time itself. Your thighs are no longer holding the shape of readiness. The muscles that once stayed coiled like springs, just in case, are beginning to unspool. Not all at once, but slowly, one fiber after another, letting go of its job. And as they yield, there's a quiet kind of movement, not outward, not urgent, but inward. A soft collapse into the mattress, not because you're falling asleep, but because your body remembers how to stop fighting itself. You don't have to pull back from this. You don't need to return to anything else. Just stay with what is. the slow surrender of muscle that no longer has to be on watch. The way weight settles into a place where tension used to live, not as loss, but as release. Your legs are not empty, they're full of stillness, full of presence, full of the kind of quiet that only comes after you stop pretending you have to stay awake. Notice how your knees soften now, not because they've been told to, but because gravity is doing its part without needing permission. The joint doesn't have to lock anymore. It can rest in its natural alignment. No need for stiffness between the bones. No demand to remain firm through uncertainty. Just let them settle into where they're meant to be. Resting on the bed, supported by layers beneath you, held not just by fabric and foam, but by time itself. And down below, your feet are not trying to push off anything anymore. The arches don't need to brace against the floor. They can soften like leaves that have finally stopped trembling in wind. The toes, those tiny fingers of sensation, are no longer curled into readiness. They're just lying there, still, quiet, letting their own shape return. Not because they've been instructed, but because nothing now demands action from them. This is not a performance. There's no audience watching how well you relax. No one counting the seconds between breaths. You are not being judged by your ability to let go. You're simply allowed, unconditionally, to be here in this body, exactly as it is right now. Warm, heavy, still. And as that deep quiet spreads through your legs, feel how it starts to ripple upward, not like a wave you have to follow, but like the slow seep of water into dry soil. It doesn't rush. It just fills what's already open. The back of your thighs, the part that used to stand guard, now feels thick with peace. Not because they're relaxed in a way that means good, but because they've stopped doing their job. They don't have to remember anything about the day, or how fast you moved, or where you were supposed to be. You can stop keeping score. You can stop measuring what your body has endured versus what it deserves now. There is no balance sheet in this moment. Just this: weight, contact, grounding. The way your leg rests against the bed like a hand laid gently on a table. No need to hold anything up. No fear of dropping things. It just stays. And that staying is enough. Let your attention sink even deeper into the space between your thighs and the mattress. Not to fix it, not to analyze it, and just to notice how there's room now, not for tension, not for strain, but for softness to grow in its place. The fabric of the blanket presses gently against you, and with every breath, that pressure feels less like a boundary, more like an embrace. It doesn't ask anything of you. It just holds. And your legs, your long, tired, holding through legs, are not resisting that hold anymore. They're learning to let it in. Not all at once, but over time. Like water slowly filling a cup no one even realized was empty. You don't have to hurry the process. You don't need to speed up or force anything. Just be aware of how your body is beginning to believe that safety isn't something you earn, something you must deserve, but something you can simply receive, like air when you open your mouth, like warmth after cold, like rest after moving. There's no checklist for this kind of release. No right way or wrong way to soften. Only the truth. You are here. Your legs are heavy. They're not perfect. They don't need to be. They don't have to do anything except stay where they are in their own quiet rhythm. And as long as they can rest, just for this moment, the world doesn't need to change now. Let your mind wander through the layers of that way, not thinking about it, just feeling how it moves. Not up, not down, but sideways into stillness, like a stone sinking through water and finding its place at the bottom without effort. No struggle, no reaching for surface air. It just stays settled where gravity carries it. And your legs, they're doing that too. not going anywhere, not pretending to be ready, just being, letting go of the need to prepare, to anticipate, to protect against what might come. The future doesn't matter right now. Only this, the slow release of tension into a deeper kind of presence. Notice how your breath shifts again. Not because you're doing anything, but because your body is finding its own pace underneath all the noise. Each exhalation longer than the last, not forced, just allowed, like time slowing down just enough so that you can feel each inch of release, not rushing to get somewhere else, just breathing in a way that feels like returning home. And as you do, your legs begin to settle into their own kind of memory, not of strain or urgency, but of stillness, of being held, not by someone else's arms, but by the quiet certainty of this moment that you are safe enough to stop trying, that it's okay not to be on alert, that rest isn't a failure, it's an act of courage. You don't need to do anything special to deserve it. You don't have to prove yourself worthy. Just let your body remember what it feels like when the weight doesn't demand anything back from you. Let your legs lie as they are, no longer guarding, no longer holding, no longer fighting, to just be part of a whole that is finally allowed to rest. And beneath them, the bed continues its quiet work. It doesn't complain. It doesn't ask for more effort. It simply holds what's given to it. And in this moment, your legs aren't resisting that hold. They're learning how to trust it, how to let go into a support that has always been there, waiting, not for perfection, but for surrender. This is not about getting better or faster or stronger. It's about letting yourself be exactly as you are, tired, still present, holding space in your body where no one else needs to come. No urgency, no need to move forward. Just this deep, slow falling into the shape of rest, like a leaf that has decided not to fight gravity, but to float down with it. Your thighs are softening, not because you want them to be, but because they've stopped trying to stay hard. The muscles aren't shrinking. They're just releasing their grip on what no longer needs protection. And as they do, the space between your legs feels lighter. Not in a way that means less, but in a way that means freer. No demand to be strong. No need to stand up for anything anymore. Just this. Wait. Contact. Stillness. The kind of quiet that doesn't have to announce itself. Because it's already everywhere. And your feet, they're not doing anything except being here. Not pushing, not gripping, not reaching. Just resting on the surface beneath you like they were made for it. Like they've always belonged in this stillness. And now, as your breath slows further, notice how the weight of your legs doesn't feel like a burden anymore. It feels like belonging. Not because you're doing something right, but because you've stopped trying to do anything at all. You're not earning rest. You're just receiving it, like sunlight through glass, like water finding its level, like silence after noise, just being held by what's already true, that this body is safe enough to stop fighting, that this moment is enough. And as you stay here, let your awareness drift even lower, not to fix anything, not to search, but simply to notice how the space beneath your legs feels less like a surface and more like a kind of support that has no conditions, no rules, just presence, like the ground itself has decided to meet you halfway. No need for strength, no expectation, just acceptance. Your thighs are no longer a barrier between you and what's beneath. Just softness that has learned how to yield without shame. Not because they've forgotten strength, but because they've remembered safety. The muscles along the outer edges of your legs, they're not collapsing. They're untying themselves from all the knots built up through days where every step felt like a decision about survival. There's no need now to brace for what might come next. Only this, being here with nothing requiring you to be ready. Let your awareness drift down, not toward any destination, but simply let it sink into the way your legs meet the surface of the bed, not pressing in, but resting like two quiet things that have found their place, like roots settling slowly into soil after a long drought. No force, no urgency, just an inevitable return to where they belong. The fabric beneath you is softening too, not because it's changing shape, but because your weight has stopped fighting against its curve. Feel how the pressure builds not as resistance, but as contact. Not something that must be overcome, but a kind of meeting, like two hands slowly coming together after being apart for years. You don't have to do anything about it. There is no task in this moment except noticing. Your legs are lying where they were meant to lie. Now, let's stay with the space between your thighs. Not as tension, not as something that needs fixing, but just open. Not wide, not tight, just unguarded, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through and no longer feels the need to close it behind them. There is nothing inside waiting to attack or escape. It's only space now. And in that openness, there is room for breath, for stillness, for silence. Let your attention move lower, not with focus, not searching, but like a slow ripple moving across water after a stone has dropped and settled. The ankles, they're no longer hooked into readiness. They don't feel the need to grip or hold on. Just let them fall outward slightly, just enough so that their shape becomes part of the curve your body is making against the bed. And now, notice how even the skin along the inside of your legs feels different. Not tense, not alert, but softening with time. Like fabric worn smooth by constant touch. Not something you caused or earned. It's just happening, as if the body has quietly decided to stop pretending that it needs to be ready all the time. The blood beneath them is moving slower now, without urgency. It doesn't rush toward anything, but stays in place, warm and patient. Like a river flowing through deep earth where there are no rapids, only depth. Let your legs feel that warmth, not a sensation you must keep track of, but simply as proof. This body knows how to rest. Let the back of your knees soften. Those small places behind the joints that often carry extra weight when we stand too long or sit with our hips tucked forward. Now, they're not holding anything. No need for resistance there. Just let them settle into their own gentle hollow, like two quiet cradles made by time itself. And beneath all of this, your feet, still resting flat, still untouched by movement, are beginning to release even further into the surface below, not sinking in, but merging with it. Like they've stopped trying to define where they end and where the bed begins. They're not separate things anymore. They're part of a single shape that has decided to lie down completely. There's no effort required for this softening, not even a whisper of intention. It just happens, like morning light spreading across a wall after night ends. Not because you asked it to, just because the conditions are right. Quiet, safety, time, and breath that slows not by force, but simply by choice to stay. Now imagine your legs as two separate rivers, one along each side of your body, that have been running too fast for years. Now, finally finding a lake where they can pool without fear. No need to go anywhere. They don't have to deliver anything or carry anyone across the land. They're allowed just to stop, just to be still, even if only for this one night. You are not being lazy, by doing nothing here. You're returning from exile to your own body, to where you've always lived but forgotten how to inhabit. Let yourself feel how much of your day was spent keeping parts of your legs ready, the calves braced as if preparing to sprint at any second, the thighs tense like springs wound tight with expectation. But now, there's no signal coming through, not from outside, not even from within. Just this quiet truth. You don't need those muscles anymore. Not for protection, not for movement, just stillness. And so they let go, with nothing to catch them but the bed beneath. The mattress doesn't care about how well or poorly you've done today. It holds your legs exactly as they are, without judgment, without expectation, just like gravity does. It never asks what you've accomplished before. It only supports based on weight and shape. Let that sink in. Not with thought, but just let the idea drift through your awareness like fog moving over fields at dawn. No need to hold on to it or understand it fully. Just allow yourself to feel how much lighter everything becomes when you stop trying to stay upright against something that isn't there anymore. Now, shift focus slightly to the way your legs touch each other where they meet just below the hips. Not pressing, not pinching, just a soft contact, like two halves of an old blanket that have been folded together for years and now are finally allowed to rest as one piece. There's no need for separation here. Not anymore. No reason to keep your body split in half between alertness and surrender. Let them stay joined as they were meant to be when you first learned how to lie down, long before the world taught you that stillness was dangerous. And now, feel it. The shift not as an event, but as a presence. Something deep inside has relaxed into knowing this is safe. Not because everything outside is peaceful, but because your body feels, for once in many days, like it can stop protecting itself. Your legs aren't being given permission to rest. They're simply releasing what they've been holding on to since before you even remembered why you were tired. Let the weight of them settle deeper, not into the bed alone, but into all that comes with lying down. Time slowing, breath deepening, senses softening, not because you're trying harder, but and in that silence, something begins to unfold, not as effort, but as release, like a seed finally opening after years of waiting underground, only now realizing it doesn't need to push through anything at all. Let the softness between your thighs grow wider, not physically, but inwardly, into space where no demand exists. No fear, no noise, just stillness that feels like coming home, not because you've arrived, but because you're finally allowed to stop running from yourself. And so it continues. Your legs are not fighting anything now. They aren't even trying to be better or more relaxed than before. They just exist as they always have in this moment of quiet surrender. Not defeated, just present. Not weak, not at all, but free. The bed doesn't ask for more effort. It holds you without asking what kind of day you had. or how many things were left undone. It only asks that you stay, and so you do. Let your legs become part of the landscape beneath you, not separate from it, but an extension of its patience. Like tree roots slowly spreading through dark soil, without force or speed, but simply because they are finally allowed to grow in one direction, without fear of being uprooted. And now, the space where your body meets the bed, let that area feel like a kind of sanctuary, not built by hands, but formed over time by all those nights when you came here and tried to rest. Not always successful, but still coming back. Each night adds another layer, like sediment settling at the bottom of a lake. And now it's deep enough, thick with presence, for your legs to finally stop resisting their own weight. They aren't sinking, they're returning. And as they do, feel how much easier each breath becomes. Not because you've changed, but simply because your body has stopped needing to hold itself together just in case something happens. Your legs are no longer pressing against each other out of habit or fear, just resting as they were meant to, like two halves of something whole that has finally stopped pretending it needs to stay apart. The space between them is not empty. It's full of quiet permission. Not a single thought demands anything from you here. No obligation to be ready. No need to prepare for what comes next. Just this, the weight of your legs settling into the bed with no intention other than staying where they are, held by something older than effort. Something that doesn't ask why or how long. Let your knees soften. Not inward, not outward. Just letting go of the slight tension that's lived there for hours now. Like a knot in wood slowly relaxing after being soaked in water over time. It isn't forced open. It simply stops resisting. And when it does, you feel it, not as a change, but as an arrival. The point where your legs no longer carry the memory of standing, or waiting, or bracing for impact. They're just here, on this surface, meeting it with full presence, like two hands finally opening after being clenched too long. Now, let that awareness move down into the calves, into the ankles, not to fix them, not to stretch or release, but to notice how they've been carrying the weight of your day without ever having been asked. The muscles there aren't built for stillness. They were made to walk, to stand, to respond. But now, they don't have to. There's no terrain ahead that needs navigating, no step you must take. So, let them settle, like stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, worn smooth by time and water, no longer needing to resist flow because they've learned where they belong. Your feet are not flat against the bed, not quite. They're slightly curved, as if shaped by years of tension and movement. But now, they don't have to be anything specific. Just let them rest in their own shape. No correction needed. The arches can soften without fear of collapsing. The toes can loosen one by one, like petals unfurling at dusk. Not because they're trying to reach light, but simply because the night has come and there's no reason left to hold on. And below that, the soles of your feet feel how the bed presses back gently where it meets them, not pushing, not forcing, just being present. There's a kind of conversation happening, not in words, but in texture. Pressure meeting surface, warmth meeting coolness, weight meeting support. It's not about winning or losing. It's just two things touching and staying still together, like soil holding roots without needing to claim them. Let your awareness drift lower into the space where your legs meet the edge of the bed, where the fabric gives way beneath you. There's no sharp line there. The transition is soft. The mattress curves slightly under your thighs, like a quiet fold in nature that wasn't made for humans, but was always ready to receive them. No one designed it with this moment in mind, but here it is, holding you exactly as you are. Now, notice the way your legs don't need to stay upright anymore, not even mentally. There is no requirement to be on or aware. The body doesn't have to keep its posture set against an imagined threat. It can simply let go, like a curtain drawn shut after a long day. not because it was ordered to, but because the light has faded and there's no more reason to stay open. Let your legs be part of the silence that fills this room, not just in stillness, but in presence. They don't have to do anything except be, and as they do, feel how much easier it becomes not to fight for peace, because peace is already here, not something you must achieve, but something that's been waiting beneath all your efforts, like a well at the base of a dry hill. The air around your legs is still, not because nothing moved, but because everything has stopped needing to move. Even the quiet hum of distant traffic or the faint creak in the walls doesn't matter anymore. They're not threats. They're just background noise now, like rain on a roof during sleep, present, but no longer part of the story. Let your legs become less like limbs and more like terrain, like land that has settled into place after years of being disturbed, not shaped by effort, but shaped by time. You don't need to grow anything here. You don't even have to stay awake. The body knows how to rest when it stops trying to control the rhythm of its own release. And now, feel the warmth spreading through your thighs, not as heat from blood or muscles, but as a kind of softness that grows from letting go. It's not rising, it's just there, like light filling a room after someone has finally turned on the lamp. Not sudden, not dramatic, just quiet, present, steady, unwavering in its own right. Your legs are no longer guarding your center. They're giving it back to you. Not because you've earned it, but simply because they no longer believe there's danger close enough to justify standing watch. The threat was never out there. It lived inside the way you held yourself, in the small muscles that stayed tight even when no one was looking. But now, they can relax. Let your thighs open, not wide, not forced, but just as they are when you're lying down naturally without thinking about it. Like two wings that have stopped flapping and finally remember how to rest. No need for balance, no fear of falling, just the softness of being supported by the bed, by gravity, by all those quiet hours before this one where your body kept coming back anyway, even when sleep didn't come. And as you let them settle deeper, not into the mattress alone, but into the slow turning of time itself, you might notice how little effort it takes to stay here. Not because you're doing something right, but because there's nothing left to do. No task, no goal, just lying down like a tree that doesn't need to grow taller just to be seen. The bed holds your legs, not as if they are heavy, but as if they belong. And in this belonging, the weight of them becomes less like burden and more like return. The kind of arrival where you don't have to explain yourself or prove anything about who you've been. You're simply here in this space with no demand on your body other than staying still long enough for its own quiet to speak. There's a rhythm now, not in breath, not in movement, but in the way tension dissolves when it stops being necessary. Like frost melting without wind or sun, just slowly giving way because it was never meant to last. Your legs are part of that same slow letting go. No urgency, no performance, just the natural release that follows after years of holding on. And now, feel how your body isn't trying to be better than it is. It doesn't need to be calmer or more relaxed. It's already in a place where calm has taken root, not because you commanded it, but because you stopped fighting against its presence. You don't have to do anything different. You just have to stay here and let the rest happen without asking permission. The space under your legs is no longer empty. It's full of stillness that isn't waiting for anything to change. It's not holding breath, not counting seconds, just being. And as you lie there, your thighs softening into the bed, your knees releasing their grip on gravity, your feet losing all need to be firm, you might realize this is not an act of surrender. It's not defeat. It's just a quiet return to yourself, to safety, to what happens when no one is watching and nothing needs fixing. It isn't about becoming something new. It's about finally allowing the old you the tired, worn, ordinary self to stay exactly where it is, without needing to explain why or how long it will last, or whether it matters at all. And so, you stay. You don't move. You don't adjust. You simply are, as your legs sink deeper into the shape of this night, as the weight between them becomes not a burden, but a kind of shelter. There's no need to look for anything beyond what is already true. You are held. You are safe. And you don't have to do more than lie here, just as you are. Your thighs are no longer resisting the bed. They're beginning to believe it's enough. Not just a surface under you, but something that knows your shape, remembers how you fit into its curve without asking for anything back. The tension wasn't bad, just old, a habit of waiting, of preparing. But now, that preparation is over. You don't have to be ready anymore. There's no signal coming, no alarm, no one calling your name in the dark. Just the slow expansion of stillness where motion used to be. Let your knees soften, not into collapse, but into acceptance, into a kind of yielding that feels less like giving up and more like remembering how gravity works when you stop fighting it. Your legs are no longer holding themselves together against the unknown. They're letting go of their duty quietly, not all at once, but in small waves like water receding from a shore after storm-lit hours. Feel how your calves begin to release, not because you've decided to relax, but because they've stopped needing to stay alert. The muscles that used to tense when the floor creaked or someone passed by downstairs are now just still. And in their stillness, they're teaching something deeper. Even small parts of the body can know peace if no one tells them otherwise. Your feet, those last pockets of resistance, are uncurling without effort. The toes aren't trying to grip anything anymore. They don't need to anchor you. You're not going anywhere. Your heels are softening into the bed, letting go of their old job to hold ground, to brace for shift or surprise. Now they just rest, and that resting is a kind of language. I am here. I do not have to defend myself against what comes next. The space beneath your legs, between the mattress and the floor, is no longer empty. It's filled with silence that doesn't need filling. You don't have to imagine calm because it's already in motion, working through you like a current running under sleep. Not loud, not dramatic, just steady, like breath moving through roots underground. There's warmth now, quiet and low, spreading from the center of your thighs outward. It doesn't burn or rush. It just stays, settles into the tissue, tells it, you've been awake long enough. The heat isn't trying to fix anything. It's simply present, like sunlight on stone after a long night. Your skin remembers being warm before clocks ran fast, before thoughts turned in circles. It doesn't need reminders. It just knows how to soften when given time. Your thighs are no longer tight with the memory of being watched or judged. They're softening into their own weight, not as burden, but as belonging. Let your awareness drift down, not forcing it, not chasing. It flows like a slow tide that finds its level without rushing. The muscles in your inner thighs aren't fighting anymore. They've stopped rehearsing what they might need to do if danger came. They're just there. And because they're no longer bracing, you can notice how the bed responds. It holds them gently, not by force, but by shape, like a cradle shaped exactly for your legs. There's something quiet about being held this way, where nothing is expected of you beyond staying still. No need to breathe deeper, no need to think more clearly. Just lying here with no goal other than presence. Your body isn't trying to be anything else now. It doesn't want to be calmer or more awake. It just wants to stop pretending it's not tired. And in that wanting, this soft longing for simply being, you might feel the smallest shift, a release not of effort, but of permission. Not, I can relax, but I am allowed to stay like this. No one has to say it out loud. The room knows. The bed knows. Your legs know. And so do you. The pressure in your thighs isn't leaving all at once. It's seeping away, slow and quiet, like water draining through soil after rain. There are no sharp breaks, no sudden lightness, just a gradual unbinding of muscle from habit, of mind from worry, of body from the need to be ready. You don't have to fix your legs. You don't have to retrain them or teach them how to rest. already learned. It's just that for years they forgot. Now they're remembering not with words, but with sensation. A softness spreading like ink and water, not spreading out wildly, but growing quietly inward. Your thighs are no longer guarding anything. Not your past, not your future, not even the idea of being safe. They've stopped protecting you from the world because they've realized something important. The bed is already doing it for you. The floor beneath it knows what to do with weight. Gravity doesn't ask permission. It just holds. And so, your body, tired and worn, but still here, lets go in layers. Not all at once, but one quiet moment after another, as if your nervous system has finally found a language that works. No more pushing, no more effort to stay upright when you're not standing, just letting the weight sink into place. The warmth in your legs is growing, not hotter, but deeper. It's settling now, like embers cooling under ash. Still alive, still warm, just no longer loud. You can feel it moving through veins without notice, like a slow pulse that doesn't need to be felt to exist. There's space between the muscles and bones where tension used to live. And now there's only quiet, not emptiness, not absence, but a kind of fullness made from stillness, like air in a room after someone has left and everything is finally at rest. Your legs are no longer trying to be strong. They're just being soft, heavy, present. And that being isn't failure, it's surrender. Yes, but not defeat, not weakness, just truth. The body doesn't have to prove anything in order to belong to itself. You don't need a reason for this feeling. You don't have to explain why you're letting go. There's no performance, no audience. The only thing that matters is that your legs are here and they've stopped fighting against their own weight. And as the hours pass without counting them, the softness in your thighs begins to feel like a kind of invitation, not to wake up, not to do anything, but to stay, to keep lying down exactly where you are, with no need to move unless something inside says it's time, and even then, not urgently. The bed supports you not because you earned its care, but because that's what beds do when they're given the chance. They hold, they don't ask questions, they don't demand results, they just wait. And in their waiting, they become a kind of sanctuary, where exhaustion isn't failure, but truth. Your legs aren't doing anything wrong by being tired. They're not failing because they can't keep up. They're simply resting after carrying you through so many days when your mind wouldn't stop moving. And now, the body is finally saying, I've been here all along, not just in this room, but within every breath, every pulse, every quiet shift between wake and sleep. It's not asking for more. It's only asking to be seen, not as someone who needs fixing, but as someone who has already come home. The pressure under your thighs isn't leaving because you did something right. It's fading because it no longer has a reason to stay. The nervous system knows what it was bracing against. Some imagined threat, some unspoken fear. And now that the room is quiet and no one is coming, there's nothing left to guard. You don't have to push through this. You don't have to get anything out of it. This isn't a test. It's not a goal to reach. There's only this. Your legs sinking deeper into the bed, their softness spreading like a slow tide, and you still here, still lying down, no longer needing to be anywhere else. And in that moment, the one where nothing happens but being, you might notice how little it takes for peace to appear. Not grand gestures, no dramatic shift, just this. Your thighs letting go, and the bed holding them as if they've always been meant to belong there. There's no need to chase sleep now. There's no pressure to fall asleep fast. You're not behind on anything. The night isn't running out, and your body, so tired, so worn, isn't asking for speed or results. It just wants to stay, to rest, to stop pretending it can keep going when it doesn't want to anymore. You can feel how your thighs are no longer holding their shape against gravity, like fabric that's finally stopped trying to stand upright. The muscle fibers have unknotted themselves, not all at once, but in slow layers, one after another, as though the body is remembering how to fold into itself without resistance. There's a softness now where there was pressure, and it spreads outward, not violently, but quietly, like steam rising from warm earth after rain. It doesn't rush. It doesn't announce itself. It simply arrives. The weight of your legs isn't just on the bed anymore. It's in the bed, as if they've begun to dissolve into its surface, fusing with the mattress fibers, becoming part of the same quiet rhythm, not sinking in like something falling, more like unfolding, like roots finding their way into soil without force. You don't have to pull yourself down. The bed is already pulling you up, not toward wakefulness, but deeper into stillness. There's no tension at the hips now, no tightness where your legs meet your torso, as if they were braced for a sudden shift in balance. That space right there is open, not hollow. Open, like an old door left ajar after someone has passed through and forgotten to close it. And just like that door, no one needs to come back to shut it. It can stay that way forever. You might notice how the heat from your thighs is spreading, not in waves, not in bursts, but as a low hum, a background warmth that's barely noticeable unless you pay attention. But when you do, you realize it isn't effort. It's not striving. It's just being warm where the body has finally stopped fighting to be firm. And what happens next? Nothing changes. That's the point. No new sensation arrives. No shift in tone or texture. The air doesn't grow cooler, and no sound breaks through the quiet. There's only this. A continued presence of softness, moving down from your hips like water seeping into sand. Slow, silent, inevitable. Your knees are not locked. They're not pushing forward into tension. They're relaxed in their joint space. The cartilage doesn't have to work hard to keep them aligned because the muscles around them aren't pulling in any direction. There's no need for stability. Not here. Not now. The body isn't trying to be ready. It's already present. You can feel how your calves are loosening too, like they've forgotten what it means to stay taut. The tendons beneath the skin have gone quiet. You might not notice them unless you look down, but there's no need to look. They're not doing anything that needs attention. They're just soft, like cloth left in a drawer for years, slowly yielding to time. There's nothing urgent about this release. No sense of finally getting somewhere. It's not progress towards sleep, not movement through the night. This isn't about reaching an end point. The body is doing what it does best when allowed, releasing without judgment, unclenching without explanation. And your feet, those small, stubborn islands at the edge of your form, are no longer curling inward or pressing into the bed like they're trying to dig in. They're not gripping, not resisting. There's space between them and the mattress. Yes, but it's not emptiness. It's breath, like a pause between two thoughts. You don't need to think about what your feet are doing. You don't have to guide them. Just let them be where they are. No goal, no correction. They're allowed to rest exactly as they are. Not because they've earned it, but because the night has already given permission. The bed is holding you not in spite of this softness, but because of it. It doesn't care if your legs are strong or weak, active or still. The mattress doesn't measure effort. It only responds to weight. And right now, there's a deep, steady presence where your thighs meet the surface. So much so that you can almost feel the springs beneath them breathing in time with your own slow release. There's no reason for this moment to be short. There's nothing demanding you return to alertness. No one is waiting. The world outside hasn't changed. It still holds its shape, but it doesn't matter. You don't need to know what's happening beyond the walls of this room, because within them, something more important has taken place. The body has stopped preparing for a threat that never came. There was no sound, no shadow, no movement in the dark. The nervous system didn't detect danger, but it had been bracing anyway, as if expecting to have to react. And now, there's only this, a release of anticipation, a letting go, not just of muscles, but of readiness. You can feel how your inner thighs are no longer pressing together like they're trying to protect something fragile. They've opened up, gently, slowly, like petals that were clenched shut for too long and have finally relaxed in the sun. Not because it's warm outside, but simply because they don't need to stay closed anymore. There's a quiet between your legs now. Not silence exactly, but stillness with room inside it. Like space after music ends. No echo, no need to fill it. Just presence. And if you let yourself notice, really notice, you might feel how the softness in your thighs isn't just physical. It's also a kind of permission, not from anyone else, from within, a signal that says you don't have to be on guard anymore. You're not being tested. You're not expected to perform. This is what it feels like when the body stops carrying the weight of expectation. And so, without any demand for change, your legs drift deeper into the mattress, slower than thought, softer than breath. It's not a collapse. It's not surrender. It's just settling, like water finding its level in a bowl that has no bottom. You don't need to guide it. You don't have to will it. The bed already knows how to receive you, and the longer you stay, the more your legs begin to feel less like limbs and more like part of the same quiet thing. The mattress, the floor beneath it, the walls holding space around you. There's no separation between you and this moment. No edge where one ends and another begins. Just a continuous field of soft weight, slowly sinking into itself. And in that slow descent, not toward sleep, not away from wakefulness, but just being, there's something else happening too. Your awareness isn't moving forward. It's not scanning for danger. not trying to fix anything. There's no goal, no need to understand what is happening. You're simply letting the stillness speak through your body. You can feel how your thighs have stopped resisting their own weight, not because they've given up, but because they've realized there's nowhere else to go. They don't need to be strong. They don't need to stay alert. There's no reason to keep holding on. The night isn't going anywhere, and you aren't either. You're not behind. You're not missing anything. The body is just resting where it belongs. And as the softness spreads, not through force, but simply by staying still, the edges of your awareness begin to blur a little, not in confusion, but in release, like ink dissolving into water. The boundary between you and the bed feels less defined, less sharp. You don't have to hold yourself together anymore. The muscles aren't fighting. They're not trying to be anything other than what they are. And that's enough. There's no need for control, no demand to stay awake or fall asleep. Just this: your legs soft, heavy, still, and the bed beneath them holding you as if it were waiting all along. And somewhere in the quiet between breaths, something shifts, not outward, but inward. A deeper layer of release opens, not in the thighs alone, but through them, like a door that wasn't locked before, but now finds its own hinge. You don't have to open it. It's already wide, and you're inside. You can feel how your legs are beginning to settle into a deeper kind of stillness. Not because you've decided to relax, but because they're remembering what rest feels like when no one's watching. The pressure in the inner thighs has softened not as an act of will, but as if gravity had quietly shifted its attention from holding things up to letting them come down. There's a slow release now along the crease where thigh meets groin, like fabric that was folded too tightly for hours finally unfolding on its own. It doesn't snap open. It sighs. Your knees are no longer braced, not even subtly. They've softened into alignment with your hips, not by choice, but because they don't feel any reason to stay tense anymore. The joint spaces between bone and cartilage have loosened just slightly, the kind of small surrender that happens when the body stops pretending it's ready for something. No one is knocking, and as you let go further down, there's a quiet sensation along your shins, like warmth spreading beneath skin from deep inside. Slow moving heat rising not with urgency, but with patience. Not fire exactly, more like embers in an old hearth that still hold their glow, even when the flames are gone. The muscles across your lower legs, the calf bands and tendons, are releasing without resistance. Each one unspooling quietly, as if they'd been wound too tightly around a single thought all day. There's no instruction here, only what is happening now. Your feet beginning to sink into the mattress with more weight than you've ever felt before. Not heavy in the way that burdens or drags, but full of presence, like roots extending downward through soil without needing permission from above ground. The soles are spreading slightly against fabric and bedsheet, as if adjusting their shape to better receive what's beneath. You're not pushing into it. You aren't pressing down at all. You're allowing yourself to be held by the surface where you lie. There's no effort involved in this sinking. It happens between breaths, during those still moments when nothing is expected of your body beyond being here, just lying there, with its weight distributed evenly across a single plane. The fabric underfoot has taken on new texture through touch and time. The weave now familiar to the skin, like an old memory traced without knowing why you're remembering. You can feel how each thread in the sheet holds part of what your body is letting go. Pressure that built up over hours, weeks even, slowly absorbed into fibers. Your ankles are not rigid anymore. They've softened inward toward their natural curve, no longer trying to brace against imagined impact or sudden motion. They're simply resting where they fall. The bones beneath the skin aren't holding tension. Instead, there's a quiet letting in of sensation, the barest whisper from nerves that were waiting for danger to pass. And now, it has passed, or at least paused long enough that you can notice how your feet are no longer tense with anticipation. They're not curled like fists or pulled back as if bracing against something invisible. Instead, they've turned slightly outward in a way that feels natural, like two hands opening after being clenched too long. You might feel the slight drag of blanket over toes, not tight, just present. The kind of weight you don't notice until it's gone. But now, there's no desire to shift or pull away. The fabric is part of this stillness. It isn't disturbing your balance. It's supporting what has already begun. Your thighs continue their slow descent, deeper into the mattress, farther from tension than they've been in days. And with each subtle movement beneath surface skin, there's a quiet confirmation that no alarm will sound if you let go completely. There is nothing waiting to be caught or corrected. No one needs your attention right now. The blood has stopped rushing toward alertness and instead flows back into the places it was meant to rest, into soft tissue, deep within muscle fibers, along nerve endings where sensation lingers long after thought stops moving forward. Your calves have begun a kind of slow settling, not collapsing, but yielding to their own natural shape. The muscles that were holding so much tension throughout your waking hours are now surrendering, not in defeat, but because there's nowhere else to go. No task left uncompleted, no threat still active. And as you notice this, the space between breaths grows a little longer, not forced or calculated, but simply allowed by absence of need. The moment isn't being rushed toward anything. It has its own rhythm, slow and steady, like water flowing through earth that remembers how to hold it without spilling. You can feel your legs not as separate from yourself, but as extensions of the same quiet space. The bed, floor, walls, all part of a larger field where no effort is required because nothing needs fixing. There's no urgency in this release, no timeline or goal attached. The only thing happening now, just below awareness, is that you are becoming more fully present than any action could make possible. Not through focus, not by forcing yourself awake, but simply by staying still long enough for the body to catch up with where it already is. Your legs aren't resisting their own weight anymore, not because they've forgotten how to fight or protect themselves, but because there's no reason left to do so. They're beginning to feel less like limbs meant to act and more like parts of a landscape that has simply decided not to move tonight. Because movement isn't required, nor even desired. The warmth beneath the skin continues rising. Not hot, never urgent, but steady enough that you could sleep on it without dreaming. if your body wanted. There's no demand for clarity or completion here. Only this. Weight carried by support structures already in place. The bed supporting you as much as you are allowing yourself to be supported. There is a kind of quiet unfolding now, not across time, but within stillness, where one moment flows into the next without interruption from thought. You don't have to carry anything forward anymore. Not memories, not plans, not even awareness itself. There's no need for continuity, because what you are doing right now doesn't depend on being remembered later. And as your body continues sinking, not by force, but through patience, there's a subtle shift in how sensation moves. From surface tension toward deeper layers of release that don't announce themselves with words or gestures, only presence. Like rain soaking into dry ground without sound, the kind of change you can't see until it's already happened. Your feet are no longer holding space for anything other than being here. No preparation for walking tomorrow. No worry about how cold the floor might be in morning hours when your body stirs again. They're not guarding against impact or pain. They're simply existing where they lie. You could stay like this forever if time were made of breath instead of minutes and seconds. And there's something comforting in knowing that even if you never moved, nothing would go wrong. The world wouldn't end because you didn't get up to make breakfast. No one depends on your performance tonight beyond the fact that you're here. Lying down, the inner thighs are no longer pressed together, not from lack of strength or will, but because they've remembered what it feels like when safety isn't something earned, but simply assumed by being still long enough for gravity and fabric to take over. There's a softness now, not just in muscle tissue, but in the space around you. The air itself seems heavier than usual, as if holding its breath along with your body, not from fear, but because everything is at rest. You don't have to believe anything about this moment. Not that it will last forever or even continue past the next exhale. You only need to notice how deep and slow the weight has become in legs already sinking into mattress, floor beneath bed, earth below house, as if your body knows a truth not spoken aloud. No command needed, no instruction from outside to lie like this until you drift beyond noticing where one part ends and another begins. It's happening, not because it was planned or wished for, but simply because the nervous system has found its way home through layers of resistance that finally dissolved under stillness, and in between breaths, a soft hum beneath skin, not loud but steady, like something remembering how to rest when no one is watching. And you are letting yourself be carried by it. Your legs are beginning to feel less like something that must hold its position and more like a shape that has simply been allowed to be. No correction needed, no adjustment sought. The pressure between your thighs is not gone, but it has softened into stillness so deep you can almost forget where one muscle ends and the air around it begins. It's as if gravity has taken up residence inside them, not forcing, not pulling down with urgency, but simply being present, like a quiet companion in the room. You don't have to make space for anything anymore. The bed doesn't need your permission to carry you. The floor beneath doesn't require proof that you belong here. All that's needed is this: a slow letting go of tension so subtle it might be mistaken for nothing at all, except for how your body feels heavier with every passing breath. There's a warmth now spreading through the inner sides of your legs, not heat in the sense of rising temperature, but a kind of low hum, like sunlight pooling on stone after dusk. It moves slowly, not toward any destination, just outward, into the soft folds where skin meets skin, into the tendons that stretch without resistance, into the quiet places beneath muscle where no one has asked you to stay awake for long enough to feel them. This warmth isn't trying to fix anything or push out the old strain. It's not healing, it's just being present in a way that doesn't ask anything of you. Like moss growing on rock, unbothered by weather or time. Your knees are no longer pressing against one another like they're holding back something dangerous. They've relaxed into their natural alignment, not because you decided to change them, but because the body has finally recognized this moment as safe enough not to brace. The joint surfaces are quiet now, not stiff with effort, not tense from anticipation of movement. There's a kind of surrender in that softness, not defeat, not weakness, but an acceptance so deep it feels like returning home after walking too far without knowing where you were going. The fabric of your pants is no longer riding up or rubbing against the skin as if trying to remind you that there are still things to do. It's lying flat, relaxed over the shape of your legs. No friction, no resistance. The material feels like part of the landscape now. Soft, quiet, unobtrusive. You could be lying on a hillside somewhere outside time and place, covered only by something simple that doesn't demand anything from you except to stay still. And beneath all of this, the real weight is what your legs are resting on. Not just the mattress, but the floor below it, the foundation under the house, the earth itself. Each layer is holding its share without complaint. The bed isn't floating, it's rooted. Your body is not suspended in space. It's being held by everything that comes before you. You don't need to carry your own weight anymore. It has been given back to the world. There's a rhythm now, not fast, not loud, that moves through the lower half of your body like slow tide pulling at sand. It's not something you're controlling or guiding. It's just happening. The release of pressure from one point to another, not in waves, but in pulses that last long enough for you to feel them without needing to name what they are. Your legs aren't pushing away anymore. They're receiving. You don't have to decide whether this is good or bad, lasting or fleeting. You only need to notice how the space between your thighs feels different, not tighter than before, not looser either, but calm. The kind of calm that isn't absence, but presence. A fullness without demand. It's like sitting in silence after someone has stopped speaking. There's still something there, even though no words are coming. The muscles along the back of your legs, the hamstrings, are no longer clenched, as if bracing for impact. They've softened into their natural length, not stretched taut, but relaxed to a point where they're almost weightless in motionlessness. You could lie here with them like this for hours and never feel the need to shift, because there's nothing left to protect against. No threat waiting just beyond sight. And the feet, your feet, are not separate from the rest of you anymore. They've become part of the same slow unfolding that is happening throughout your lower body. The soles aren't pressing into anything with urgency or resistance. They're simply resting, flat, open, accepting. There's no fear in them now about cold floors or sudden footsteps. No need to curl toes or tighten arches in anticipation. They've stopped preparing. There's a kind of quiet hum in the heels, the place where your body meets ground through shoe and sock, that feels like it's listening more than reacting, not scanning for danger, not readying itself, but just being there, as if the heel has remembered how to be still long enough to feel what lies beneath: wood, concrete, tile, and let that knowledge sink into bone. Your legs are no longer parts of a machine meant to carry you forward. They're not tools or weapons or defenses. They've become something quieter, vessels for weight, channels for release, surfaces where the body can simply be. You don't have to prove anything by moving them. You don't need to earn rest through effort. The air around your legs feels thicker now. Not heavy with pressure, but full of stillness. It's not waiting for you to do something. It's just existing in this moment, holding space for the kind of deep release that doesn't make noise when it happens, only shows up later, like a quiet afterglow. You don't have to think about how long this will last. You don't need to worry whether it'll stop or continue. There's no right way for it to be. It just is. And because it is, there's room in your body, between muscle and skin, between bone and breath, for something else, a kind of softness that wasn't there before. Not quite. You're not moving towards sleep. You're already inside the space where sleep lives. Not chasing it, not trying to arrive. Just letting yourself be carried by what's already happening in your legs. through your lower body into every part of you that remembers how to stop resisting. There's a kind of warmth now rising from deep within, like something waking up after being buried for years, not with force or brightness, but slowly, quietly, like roots pushing through dark earth. It doesn't need light to know it's alive. It only needs space to grow. And your legs are that space. Not open in the sense of being empty, but full in the way a valley is full when no one walks through it. Quiet, still, holding what has been released. You don't have to do anything else. No command, no decision. Just let this shape, this weight, this presence continue as it's going. Let the softness deepen where there was stiffness. Let stillness grow in places that used to tremble with readiness to act. There is no test here, no one watching, no moment demanding a performance. You are allowed to be exactly as you are, lying down, legs relaxed, breathing slow and sinking deeply, not into sleep yet, but toward it, like water seeping beneath stone without sound, or wind moving through tall grass long after the storm has passed. Your body is not trying to fix anything. It's simply remembering how to rest when no one is watching. And in that remembering, something begins to happen. Not because you asked for it, not because you believed in it, but because your legs have finally stopped bracing against their own weight. They're letting go, not all at once, but gradually, like a tide pulling back from shore, leaving behind only wetness and silence. And as the weight settles deeper, deeper still, there's no need to hold on, no reason to stay alert, no demand for anything other than this, being here, now, right now, with your legs open, heavy, quiet, no longer fighting, no longer guarding, just resting, like something that has come home after a long journey, and the house holds you. The floor holds you. The earth beneath it all holds you. You don't have to do anything, not even breathe. But you are. Gently, slowly, without effort, and in between breaths, a kind of softness spreading through your legs, not loud, not urgent, just present, like the world has finally stopped asking for proof that you're worthy of stillness. And maybe, just maybe, you've begun to believe it. Your legs are still here, not moving, not pretending, just resting, held by the bed, held by gravity, held by time that doesn't rush. The tension has not vanished completely, but it's changed shape. It no longer feels like resistance. It feels more like memory, like a muscle remembering what it was like to be still before the world started demanding things of it. That memory isn't loud. It doesn't shout for attention, but it's there, faintly, deep in the tissue where heat pools and breath settles into marrow. There's a quiet in your thighs now, not silence, but something softer, a kind of listening, like the skin is learning how to feel without interpreting. You don't need to name what you're feeling. There's no report to file, no update to send. The only thing happening is this: weight lowering itself into place, not forced, not earned, simply arriving. You can notice how the fabric of your pants presses against your skin, not tight, not constricting, just there, present. A soft pressure that doesn't ask for anything in return. And beneath it, deeper still, your muscles are letting go of their old habit, holding on to readiness. There's no signal coming through, no alarm, no reason to brace. So they don't. Let the back of your knees soften, not as a command, just allow it. Let the tendons unclench where they've held for hours, even days, like strings under constant tension in an instrument that hasn't been played. They're not broken, just worn from waiting, and now nothing is asking them to play. There's warmth spreading up your calves, not heat rising, but a kind of thickness, like molasses settling through glass. Slow, unhurried. It doesn't come from effort or intention. It just appears like light in an attic where no one has been for years. No dust is stirred. Just the quiet glow of presence. Your feet, they're not doing anything. Not curling, not tensing, not tapping out a rhythm that used to keep you awake. They're simply resting. The soles flat against the bedsheet, toes relaxed, arches softening into space. You can feel how each toe has its own place now. No longer fighting for position, no longer pressing into the mattress like they need to be somewhere. And if you let your mind drift down there, not with focus, not with purpose, but just letting it rest in that same quiet way, the soles of your feet might begin to feel like two small islands floating in a calm sea, not anchored, not needing to hold anything, just existing where the body meets the bed, the skin meeting cloth, the breath meeting stillness. There's no goal here, no outcome. You aren't trying to reach relaxation. Relaxation isn't the destination. It's already happening. The shift is not something you do. It's something that happens when nothing else needs doing. The air around your lower legs feels different now. Not just calm, but full of weightless depth. Like a room with no ceiling. Only space where light doesn't need to be bright. Because it isn't being judged for how much there is. The walls of the room aren't made of wood or drywall. They're made of stillness. And your legs are inside them. You don't have to do anything to stay in this place. No vigilance. No attention required. You can let go even further, letting the flesh above your knees sink into their own softness, letting the muscles along your inner thighs release where they've been guarding for too long, not because you want to, but because it's safe. There's a kind of quiet that lives in the space between muscle fibers when they're no longer fighting. It isn't silence, more like listening without needing to respond. Like the body, remembering how to rest, not by stopping movement, but by changing its relationship to pressure. You can feel how your legs are becoming part of the bed now, not just lying on it, but merging into it with time and stillness. The fabric has warmed where you've been touching it. Not hot, just warm from being held for so long. And the mattress, it's not a surface anymore. It's something that holds shape, that remembers weight. Your legs aren't empty. They're full of presence, of space, of softness, of what happens when nothing is asked of them. And if you let yourself notice now, not with your mind, but through your body, the shift isn't sudden. It doesn't announce itself like a door closing or a bell ringing. It's more like the slow uncurling of a root that has been pressed down by snow for months. No sound, just movement, deep and quiet, as if something inside you finally remembers how to breathe without permission. There's no beginning, no end, just this, your legs being here, holding their own weight, not resisting it, not running from it, simply letting the earth carry them through time. And as they settle deeper, deeper still into the bed, there's a kind of quiet that lives in the space between breaths. The pause, not because you've stopped, but because you're no longer trying to be anything other than what you are. The air flows gently in and out. Your body doesn't need to fight for it. It just receives. The muscles in your thighs, they aren't tense anymore. They don't feel tight or pulled. They feel like fabric left in the sun, softened by time, worn into a kind of quiet strength that isn't about force at all, just staying. And if you let yourself sink further, not trying to go anywhere, not needing to fall asleep yet, you might notice how your legs are becoming part of something larger, not just your body, but the room, the bed, the air around you, connected by stillness instead of motion. You don't have to do anything, not even think. Just let the weight in your legs be what it is. A kind of quiet evidence that rest isn't a reward for effort. It's not something earned through sleepless nights or forced calm. It's just possible. And right now, it's happening. Slowly, without fanfare. The back of your knees feel like two small hollows filled with warmth, not heat from outside, but from within. A kind of internal glow that doesn't need to be seen. like a fire in an empty house, burning only for the sake of its own light. Your legs are not moving, not resisting, not waiting. They're simply there, holding space, holding weight, holding time. And as they hold, something begins to happen. Not with sound or force, but with quiet release. A kind of softening that spreads from your thighs down through the calves, along the ankles, into the soles of your feet, as if gravity is no longer a demand, but an invitation. You don't have to act on it. You don't even need to notice it clearly. It's enough that it's happening. Like rain falling in a forest where no one listens. Like roots growing underground without needing to be seen. There's space now, not just between your legs and the bed, but inside you. A kind of soft chamber where nothing needs to happen except being. And if you let yourself stay here, not trying to change it, not pushing for sleep, just resting in this shape your body has settled into, you might find that the air around your lower limbs feels thick with presence, not heavy, but full, like a room filled with quiet things, old books, dust motes drifting slowly through sunlight, a blanket left open on the floor. You don't need to be awake for it. You don't need to remember it later. It's enough that you're here, your legs resting, your body surrendering, not in defeat, but in truth. The pressure is gone, not because you fought it off, but because you stopped needing to fight at all. And now, there's only this, the deep softness of muscle letting go, the weight of stillness settling into bone, the quiet hum of a nervous system that no longer needs to check for danger. You don't have to do anything, not even breathe with purpose. Just let it happen. Let your legs sink deeper into the bed. Let the warmth rise where tension used to live. Let the silence grow louder than any thought. And as you stay, this shape, the one of release, of surrender, of being held by what's beneath and around you, is not temporary. It isn't fragile. It's real. And it's staying. Your legs are still here, not moving, not resisting. They don't need to prove anything now. No performance, no waiting, no signal sent upward that says, I'm ready, or I can stop. There's just the quiet weight of them against the bed. The way the material beneath you holds their shape, not rigidly, not tightly, but with a kind of patient giving, like soil accepting rain over time. You don't need to feel it all at once, not even most of it. Just let one small part settle. The inside edge of your left calf, where the skin is softer than the rest, almost translucent in places. It's not fragile. It's just open, like a fold in fabric that has been folded so many times it no longer resists. And if you notice, there's no effort behind that softness, no intention to be still, just absence of resistance, a space where tension used to live, now filled with something else, the quiet presence of release. The back of your knees aren't tense anymore. They're not pressing into anything, not even their own weight. There's a kind of looseness in them, not collapse, but ease, like two small hinges that have finally stopped trying to hold up a door no one has touched for years. The soles of your feet, they are no longer guarding against cold or the threat of movement. They're not waiting for a step. They're just there, warm now, like stones left in sunlight after dusk. The arches aren't tight. There's space beneath them, not empty, but full of stillness, like air trapped between layers of fabric that have stopped being folded, and you don't need to guide it. You don't need to ask for more release than what is already happening. Just let the pressure shift, slowly, without demand, from the surface tension in your thighs, down through the back of your knees and into the ankles, where warmth pools like a quiet pool under stone. It's not urgent, not dramatic. There's no reason it needs to be noticed. But if you do notice, then you might feel how the skin along your instep has gone soft, almost fluid in its stillness. The way your heels press into the bed now isn't forceful, not even intentional. They're just resting, like stones that have found their place after years of rolling. There's a kind of gravity here, not pulling down, but holding steady. A quiet fullness between heel and mattress, not because you are pressing, but because there is nothing left to resist. And if you let your attention drift, it might find the space beneath your feet, the air just above the bedsheet. And notice how that space feels different than the rest of the room. Not colder, not warmer, just stiller. Like a breath held between two movements. There's no sound there, no motion. It doesn't need to be seen or named. But if you stay with it for even a moment, just let your awareness rest in that small space beneath your soles. You might feel how the air itself is thickening, not with weight, but with presence. There's nothing waiting here, nothing approaching. Not danger, not arrival, not movement, just this. Your legs lying on the bed, their shape preserved by gravity and softness, not effort. The fabric of the sheet feels different now. Not because it's changed, but because you are no longer pressing into it with tension. You're sinking into it like water, seeping through sand, not rushing, not fighting, just finding its level. And as that happens, something begins to shift in your pelvis. The way your bones settle slightly deeper into the mattress, not falling, but surrendering to what's beneath. The low back doesn't need to brace anymore. It isn't holding anything up. There's no demand from above or below. Just a quiet letting go, like a door that has been left open for so long it forgets how to close. You don't have to do anything about it, not even notice. But if you do, you might feel how the muscles along your spine are no longer in tension, not taut, not trying to keep you upright. They're just there, like roots in soil, not growing, but holding steady without strain. And your thighs, the ones that were clenched earlier, like fists ready to strike or flee. They're soft now, not limp, but relaxed. Not weak, but at ease. Like fabric left out on a line after rain has passed. They've absorbed the dampness and settled into their true shape, no longer fighting for control. And if you let your awareness move through them, not searching, just resting, it might find that they're no longer separate from the bed. Not like two things touching, but like one continuous weight. Body part of mattress, mattress part of body, all held by gravity and stillness. No division between inside and outside, just a quiet continuity. The air around your legs feels different now. Not just still, but full in a way that isn't loud or busy. Like the silence after rain has stopped falling. But before anything else begins, it's not empty. It's full of things that don't need to be named. Like warmth that lingers on skin. Like dust motes drifting without purpose. You don't have to return anywhere. Not back to the day. Not to any thought. You're not being asked to do anything. There's no task, no outcome. Just this. Your body holding its own weight without effort. Your legs resting, not as a temporary pause, but as a kind of truth. And if you stay here, let it be enough that they are still where they are. No need to rise, no need to move, no need to prove anything by being awake or asleep. Just allow the warmth in your calves to spread like slow light through glass. Allow the softness behind your knees to deepen into quietness. Not because you asked for it, but because there's no longer any reason not to let it be. There's space now, between bone and fabric, between breath and stillness, between what was held and what is released. And as that space grows, so does the sense of being held, not by hands, not by walls, but by the way gravity has settled into your form, by the bed beneath you, holding your shape without demand, by the air around you carrying no threat, only presence. You don't need to earn it. You don't have to be worthy of it. It's simply happening, like roots growing in darkness, like water finding its level, like a body that has finally remembered how to rest. And if your legs feel heavier now, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped resisting, they can sink deeper into the mattress, not falling, just settling, as though gravity is no longer an enemy, but a companion who has been waiting all along. Your legs are no longer waiting for movement, not the start of a step, not the snap of a muscle readying to push off. They're not paused on the edge of something. No tension in reserve, no signal held back. The quiet is deeper now, not because there's less noise around you, but because your body has stopped listening for it. The air still holds its breath, like a moment after someone else has left the room, and the silence lingers longer than expected. You don't need to name what that was. You don't have to reconstruct why it mattered. There is only this: the warmth in the backs of your thighs spreading inward, not rising, but settling, like heat slowly releasing from stone buried underground for years. It doesn't rush. It moves through tissue you've forgotten existed. The small muscles between your hip and knee that never get thanked, never celebrated, just worked until they remembered only strain. But now, they're not working. They're resting in the way that comes after a long day of being needed, when no one says thank you, but everything is still held together. Your legs are part of something larger than themselves, not separate from your spine, not isolated from your pelvis. The weight you carry isn't distributed across joints anymore. It's flowing downward, not falling, but aligning with the shape of the bed beneath you. You are no longer pressing into it to stay upright. You're sinking into its curve as if gravity were a known language and you'd finally learned how to speak in it. And what's under the mattress? Not just foam or springs, though those are there too. The deeper ground, the floor below, that doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep, whether you've done enough today or not. It holds your shape without demanding anything back. No one has to remind it to do its job. It does. You might notice how the edges of your legs, where skin meets fabric, feel like they're softening in place. not melting, not dissolving, but becoming less defined, less sharp at the boundary between body and cloth, like a shadow that stopped resisting the light. The hem of your pajama pants feels different now. Not tight across the calves, not binding where you used to clench, but just resting there, like something that forgot it was supposed to be worn. Let your awareness drift through the back of your thighs again, this time without intention, not seeking change, not asking for release. Just letting the space between bone and skin become a place where nothing is required. No posture, no performance, no effort to appear still when you're not. The muscles that once held up your day now lie like strands left behind after a storm has passed, no longer stretched, no longer taut. And as they soften, something shifts in the lower part of your spine. The way the vertebrae rest against one another without pressure. Not stacked, but settled, like stones resting at the bottom of a riverbed where water moves slowly and doesn't disturb them. There's no need to keep them aligned anymore. No command from above that says, stay straight. They're just there, held in place by gravity alone. Your feet are relaxed now too, not curled under, not pressing into the sheets as though trying to grip something solid. The toes have opened up slightly, like petals unfurling after rain has passed. Not stiff with resistance, not clenched against fear of falling, just present. And if you let your focus move down from knees to ankles to heels, there's no demand for balance anymore. No one is asking whether you'll stand. The weight in your legs isn't a burden now. It's not something you carry, but what carries you. Not the kind that lifts or supports, the kind that settles, like sand filling a hollow, like water finding its level after being stirred. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't need to take it with you when you wake. It doesn't matter if it's light or heavy, only that it exists in this moment. Just as it is. No judgment, no evaluation, no reason for it to be any different than what it already is. The air around your legs feels full not of noise, not of thought, but of stillness that has its own texture. not empty space, not absence, but presence without demand. Like the pause between two notes in a melody you've heard before but can't quite recall. It's quiet, yes, so quietly present that it begins to feel like movement itself. And if you stay here, let your legs become less about effort and more about being held by something older than intention, a slow rhythm beneath all motion, a grounding force that doesn't ask for anything in return. There is no goal, no completion, only this. The way your body releases into the mattress, not as surrender, but as homecoming. Not because you've earned it, not because you've done enough, but because rest isn't something you earn. It's simply what happens when tension stops being required. Let your legs be full of stillness that doesn't need to be filled with anything else. Let them hold their shape, not by effort, but by gravity, by continuity, by the quiet truth that they don't have to prove they're real or strong or useful, only that they are here and soft and slowly sinking deeper into a place where nothing asks for more than what already is. And if you feel any shift in your awareness now, not toward thought, not toward memory, but just a subtle deepening of presence, the kind that comes when the body finally stops fighting its own weight. Don't name it. Don't analyze it. Just let it be one more quiet confirmation. This space beneath you isn't temporary. It's not something to leave behind. You're already here and being held. Not by anything outside yourself, but by a rhythm that has always been running beneath the surface. The way your nervous system remembers how to slow down when no one is watching, when nothing demands action, when all there is left to do is exist in stillness without needing permission. Your legs are no longer a barrier between you and the bed. Just two long curves of weight that dissolve into its surface like shadows at twilight. The pressure where your thighs meet the mattress is not resistance anymore, but an invitation to be folded inward, to let the shape of your body match the curve beneath it. There's no demand for symmetry, no expectation to stay upright or alert. You are not being asked to hold anything, only to be what you already are. The softness in your inner thighs is not weakness. It's a kind of surrender that doesn't collapse, but settles into continuity, like roots spreading through soil without effort, only because they are allowed to. If you let go just slightly more at the hips, the place where leg meets torso, there's a release not of tension, but of recognition, a quiet understanding. Your body knows its own shape better than any instruction ever could. It doesn't need to be corrected or adjusted. The muscles along your inner thighs are softening now, not shrinking, not vanishing, but redefining themselves as part of the whole. Not active, not tense, but present in a way that feels like belonging, like something has finally stopped pretending it's still waiting for permission to rest. Your knees aren't locked or braced anymore. They're relaxed at an angle that only gravity chooses. There's no reason they must stay straight. No one is watching to see if you'll wobble. They are simply bent where the weight pulls them, and the joint doesn't resist. It accepts. The skin around your kneecaps feels lighter now, as though it has been unburdened of its role in holding up the rest of you. Not because they're useless, but because they no longer need to be useful. Your calves are releasing too, not shrinking back into tone or tension, but lengthening gently into space. The tendons behind your knees aren't taut anymore. They're quiet, like old wires that have been allowed to slacken after years of strain. No one is asking you to stand on them. No one wants you to push off the ground. They can just be soft, warm, with a faint pulse beneath the skin, like blood moving slowly through a riverbed that no longer has to carry weight. Your ankles have given up their effort to stay firm. The bones are still there, but the muscles around them aren't fighting. There's no need to guard against rolling or slipping. You're not on uneven ground, and you don't need to brace for sudden motion. Your feet are now just parts of a larger rhythm, one that moves without urgency, one that doesn't care whether it arrives somewhere. Your heels are sinking deeper into the mattress than they were moments ago. Not by will, but by gravity's quiet insistence. The arches aren't lifting or tensing. They're letting go completely, as if the floor beneath them has disappeared and there is only softness to fall into. There's no need to press down, to grip with toes, to keep from slipping. You're not trying to stay upright anymore, only to be here. There's a kind of silence in your legs now that isn't empty. It's full of stillness, so deep it feels like time slowing rather than stopping, and not the absence of sound, but the presence of something quieter, a rhythm that doesn't announce itself, a pulse not tied to heartbeat or breath, but to the way matter settles when left undisturbed. If you notice warmth spreading through your thighs, not heat exactly, but a quiet fullness, like sunlight soaking into stone after rain, it's not because you've done anything. It's just what happens when blood flows freely and muscles stop resisting. The circulation isn't rushing. It's steady, gentle, moving in the way rivers move under ice, slowly beneath a surface that looks frozen. Your legs are becoming less like limbs and more like landscapes. Valleys, soft slopes, gentle inclines carved not by force, but by time and weight. They're not holding you up. They're being held by something larger than effort or intention. Not by the bed alone, but by stillness itself. A kind of gravity that doesn't pull down, but lets go. There's a soft hum in your lower legs now. Not sound exactly, but sensation, like the vibration of a tuning fork after it has stopped being struck. It lingers not because something is wrong, but because everything has settled into its natural tone. The nerves aren't firing anymore. They're just present, like wires that have finally been unplugged and no longer need to stay live. Your knees don't ache. Your thighs don't burn. There's no itching or tingling, demanding attention. Just a quiet presence, like the way air feels in your lungs when you stop trying to control it. The legs aren't trying to be anything other than what they are. Parts of a body that has stopped needing to prove itself. You're not drifting away from your body. You're returning into it, like someone coming home after walking far and long through unfamiliar streets, not with purpose or plan, but because the path has led back here, where safety is not claimed but simply given. Your legs are no longer carrying anything, just being. No weight to move, no balance to maintain. The bed isn't holding you up. It's accepting you as a shape that fits naturally into its surface. Not an obstacle to overcome, but a space to be filled without effort. If you let your awareness move down from hips to knees, to ankles to feet, there's nothing left to do. No check-in required. No judgment on how soft or tense any part might feel. Just the quiet truth. This is where you are, and it's enough. Your legs don't have to be strong. They don't need to be fast, steady, or ready for anything. All they need to be is real, not idealized, not repaired. Just here, present in their softness, their warmth, their slow release into the bed beneath them. There's a kind of fullness now, not like pressure or tension, but like being surrounded by something that doesn't try to change you. A silence that isn't empty, but deep with presence. Like water filling a bowl, not because it was poured in, but because it was always meant to be there. Your thighs are no longer tense from the day's strain. They're simply relaxed in their own way, like fabric left out overnight and softened by dew. Not stretched tight or pulled taut, just yielding, allowing, holding shape without force. You don't have to do anything with your legs anymore. You don't need to stand, walk, reach, protect, prepare. There's no agenda for this body. No mission it must complete before sleep is allowed. It doesn't matter if you're ready or not, because rest isn't earned. It's just happening. Your lower limbs are sinking now, not falling, but letting go into a rhythm that has always been there. Not the rush of adrenaline, not the pull of urgency, but something older, the quiet pulse beneath motion, the stillness beneath movement, like the way roots grow in darkness, without light, without direction, simply because they are part of the earth. Your legs aren't resisting anymore, they're accepting. The tension that lived in them for hours has dissolved like salt in water, not vanished, but transformed into something slower, deeper, more continuous. A kind of soft gravity that doesn't pull down, but holds you where you belong. And if your mind slips into a momentary pause, not thinking, not remembering, just being, you don't need to bring it back. You're already here, not in the past, not waiting for tomorrow, just in this breath, this weight, this softness in your thighs and calves and feet. Your legs are no longer parts of a body that needs to be functional. They're part of a body that simply is, and being is enough. There's nothing left to brace against. No threat from outside. No fear from within. The space beneath you isn't temporary. It's permanent in this moment. Not waiting for you to wake up or prove yourself. It's just here. And so are you. And if you feel your legs becoming heavier, not with burden, but with belonging, you don't need to name it. You don't have to understand it. You only have to let it be. They're not collapsing. They're settling, not failing. They're fulfilling a kind of natural law that doesn't require effort or will, just presence. And the bed isn't supporting you. It's receiving you, like soil takes water without protest, like stone holds shadow without resistance. Your legs are no longer asking for anything. They don't need to be stronger, softer, faster, slower. They're just being fully, quietly, completely. And that is everything they ever needed to be. Your thighs are no longer holding anything. Not a memory, not a posture, not an expectation of what they should be able to carry. They're not resisting the weight now. They're letting themselves be known for what they actually are. Soft places where warmth pools and settles like sunlight in still water. The muscles aren't inactive, but they've stopped straining. There's no effort behind them anymore, just a quiet fullness, a slow release that doesn't rush to finish. Your knees rest where they fall, not stiffened into alignment, not locked against collapse, but simply allowing the joint to breathe in its own way. The space between bone and skin isn't tense or anxious. It's open, like the hollow of a tree trunk after years of growth, holding nothing but air and silence. Your ankles are no longer bracing for motion. They're not waiting for steps to begin. They don't need to be ready. Their shape is softening at the edges. The tendons aren't taut. They're resting like riverbeds after rain, calm and worn smooth by time. There's no demand on them, no reason to stay firm or alert. Your feet are not doing anything. They don't need to grip. They don't have to push off from the floor. The soles aren't holding up your life. They're just lying there in contact with the bedspread, feeling the texture of fabric and warmth beneath them without effort. The toes aren't curled or stretched. They're gently unfurling like leaves after a long dry spell. There's no need to measure how much weight is on you. You don't have to check if it's enough or too much. The bed doesn't care about balance. It only knows what it means to receive. Your legs aren't being supported. They're being held. Not in the way a chair holds a person, but like earth holds roots, without demand, without condition. You might notice how the softness spreads slowly from your thighs downward, not as an event, but as a kind of slow seepage, like damp soil absorbing rain over hours, deepening into stillness. It's not getting deeper because you're doing anything. It's simply unfolding in its own time. Your calves are no longer tight with anticipation or tension. They're not guarding against something that hasn't come. The muscles have let go of the idea that they must be ready, that they must respond, react, protect. There's no future here to prepare for, no past to defend, just this moment. Your lower legs lying where they've fallen, shaped by gravity and release rather than effort. There's a quiet kind of presence in your shins now. Not the sharpness of alertness, but something older. The stillness that comes when movement has stopped long enough for awareness to grow. You're not trying to feel it. You don't need to claim it. It just is. Like shadows at dusk, soft and unclaimed. Your feet are no longer separate from you. They aren't tools or instruments of motion anymore. They're part of a body that's allowed to be still. The skin isn't tense against the air. The nerves aren't on edge. There's no need to stay awake in them. They can rest, not because they've earned it, but because there's nowhere else for them to be. You might feel how your legs are beginning to blur into the bed beneath you, not merging, not dissolving, but settling into a kind of shared stillness. The boundary isn't sharp anymore. It's soft and porous, like water finding its level after hours of turbulence. You don't have to hold it together. You don't need to keep things separate. There's no pressure to stay upright, no obligation to be in control. Your legs aren't resisting gravity. They're letting go into it, like a stone sinking slowly through the dark water at the bottom of a pool. Not falling, just arriving. You might notice how the warmth spreads not from your core outward, but from the base upward, from ankles and feet toward knees and hips, like heat rising in a room after fire has died down. Not intense, not urgent, just persistent, gentle, constant. It's not trying to fix anything. It's simply there. Your thighs don't need to be strong anymore. They don't have to hold you up or protect your center. They're not carrying the day's weight. They're releasing it, not rejecting it, but letting it settle into the bed like dust falling from a shelf after years of motion. There's no task left for them. There's no task left for them. No mission. No reason to stay alert. You don't need to be ready. You don't have to prove you can endure. Your legs are not being tested. They're just allowed to exist as they are. Part of the quiet, part of the dark, part of the night that doesn't demand anything from them. You might feel how your body is beginning to take up more space in the bed than it ever did during wakefulness. Not because you've moved or shifted, but because softness expands when there's no one watching. You're spreading out gently, like fabric left on a line after rain. Not stretched too thin, just present in every fold and curve of your form. Your legs are not resisting the act of becoming heavy. They aren't afraid of sinking. There's no fear that you'll go under or be lost. The weight isn't dragging you down. It's pulling you into a place where being is enough. Without conditions, you're not losing yourself. You're finding what was always beneath all effort, stillness. There's no need to fix anything. No adjustment needed. Your legs don't have to be straight or relaxed in a way that matches some imagined ideal. They're simply here, warm and quiet, with the slow rhythm of blood moving through soft tissue, untouched by urgency. You might notice how your feet are no longer trying to leave the bed. They're not reaching for anything. The toes don't twitch toward motion. There's nothing outside this moment that they need to reach toward or away from. They're just lying there, bare and open, receiving what the night offers without demand. Your calves are softening in a way that doesn't feel like weakness. It feels more like surrender, but not defeat. Like giving up a burden you weren't meant to carry alone. The muscles don't have to keep holding anything because no one is asking them to. There's nothing left to protect. Only the quiet act of being held by something larger than effort. There's a kind of fullness now that isn't about filling space, but about belonging there. Your legs aren't trying to occupy room. They're just breathing into it, like roots in soil, not stretching toward light, but drawing nourishment from what's already beneath them. You don't have to grow or rise. You only need to be present where you are. Your knees might feel a little warmer than before. Not hot, not tense. Just gently alive with the quiet pulse of blood returning after hours of stiffness. The joint isn't resisting its own softening. It's not trying to stay rigid for safety. It's allowing itself to settle into the space it was made for. Part of a body that doesn't need to prove anything to exist. There's no rush in your breath anymore. And your legs don't need to follow any rhythm at all. They're not keeping time with your heart or lungs. They're just letting go, one slow release after another, like water draining from a basin without noise. You might feel how the bed is holding you differently now, not as an object being supported, but as part of something that shares stillness. The mattress isn't firm beneath you. It's yielding in ways you don't need to notice or name. It doesn't care if you're tense or relaxed. It only knows how to receive. Your legs aren't waiting for sleep to begin. They don't have to arrive at a certain state before rest is allowed. You're not being judged on whether you've done enough. Your body isn't failing because it's tired. It's simply doing what it does best, letting go. Your thighs are no longer tensing against an invisible edge. Not because you've decided to stop, but because the effort has simply dissolved into warmth that doesn't ask for anything back. There's a quiet collapse now in the inner muscles, like soil releasing air after rain, letting go of its own tightness without warning or ceremony. You're not pulling away from it. You're allowing it to be as it is, softening where it was once rigid, spreading open along the grain of your bones. The tension wasn't a flaw. It wasn't failure. It was just energy that had no place to go. And now it's moving down deeper than thought into the thick of stillness. You might feel how the weight isn't pressing against you. Not really. It's more like gravity is folding around your legs in slow motion. A kind of quiet embrace from below. The bed doesn't hold you up. It holds you in, as if its fibers have learned to read your shape over time and now respond with gentle pressure exactly where you've been resisting. No force required, no willpower needed, just the natural alignment of something heavy settling into a space that was waiting for it all along. Your thighs are not trying to stay in place. They're not guarding their position like soldiers at attention. They're simply being, with no performance attached. The flesh doesn't need to prove its strength or endurance. It's allowed to soften without consequence, without the risk of collapse. There's a kind of permission here that isn't given by anyone. It just arrives when you stop asking for control. And so, your legs begin to feel less like separate parts and more like one continuous field of release, thick with warmth, slow moving, steady. There's a quiet hum now beneath the skin, not loud or insistent, just a low resonance from blood flowing through capillaries that have been tight for hours. It's not pleasure exactly, not discomfort, just presence. A soft pulse rising and falling like tides in a closed room where time doesn't matter. You don't need to listen to it. You don't even need to notice it. But if you do, there's no judgment in the rhythm, no demand that it speed up or slow down. Your knees are not resisting their own softening. They're letting go of the memory of being asked to stay upright, to brace against a future threat that never came. The joint isn't afraid of yielding. It knows what it is. Part of a body that was designed to bend and rest, not strain and hold. There's no need for perfection in how you settle. Only honesty and allowing yourself to be held by the bed, by gravity, by sleep. You might notice how your calves aren't just limp. They're listening. Not listening with ears or thoughts, but through the tissue itself, like roots sensing moisture underground. There's a kind of quiet awareness that doesn't need words. The leg is feeling its own depth, its own weight, its own belonging to this moment. And because it feels so much, there's no space left for fear. Your feet are not separate from your legs. They're an extension of the same slow release. The heels aren't pressing into the mattress anymore with any force. They're just resting, letting their shape be taken by the surface beneath them. There's a softness in the arch that wasn't there before. Not weakness, but a surrender to gravity without resistance. You don't need to hold your feet down or pull them up. They're allowed to exist exactly as they are. Bare, quiet, still. There's no goal to reach here. Just this unfolding of softness, one layer after another, like fabric unspooling in slow motion. The muscle doesn't have to tighten again. The skin doesn't need to twitch or react. You're not being tested on how long you can stay relaxed. There's only the quiet act of letting go, and that is enough. Your legs are no longer holding anything. Not your past, not your thoughts, not even your body image. They don't have to carry what you've been through today. They don't have to remember every moment of fatigue or tension. All they need to do is be present where they are, warm and still, held by the mattress, cradled by weight. You might feel how your thighs aren't even trying to stay aligned. Not with each other, not with the bed, not with some idea of proper posture. They're just resting in their own natural position, as if gravity has finally found a way to settle them without judgment. No one is watching. No correction needed. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from thinking. It comes from letting go so deeply that the body forgets what effort feels like. Your legs aren't doing anything special. They're not trying to be calm or relaxed or still. They're just being, with no agenda and no resistance. And in that quietness, something opens up. A space where you can simply exist without needing to earn your rest. Your thighs are not resisting the act of becoming part of the bed's embrace. They're merging into it slowly, like water seeping through soil. The line between flesh and surface blurs. There's no separation anymore. No you versus the mattress. Just a continuous field of softness that doesn't need to prove anything. Your legs don't have to be straight or bent in any particular way. They're allowed their own shape, even if it's uneven or unbalanced. The body knows how to settle when no one is trying to fix it. It finds its own alignment not through control, but through surrender. There's a warmth now that doesn't burn, just spreads quietly from the core outward, like light through thick glass. Not bright, not urgent, just present. And where it touches your legs, there's no resistance, no recoil, just acceptance of being warm, of being heavy, of being exactly where you are. You might notice how your thighs aren't even aware of their own weight anymore. Not in the way they were earlier, when every shift felt like a decision to stay awake. Now it's just there, like air or silence, constant, unnoticed, unremarkable. And because it's not noticed, it doesn't need to be managed. Your legs are not resisting sleep. They're not fighting against the pull of rest. They don't have to wait for permission to go under. There's no rule that says you must stay awake until your mind agrees with your body. You're allowed to sink without warning or explanation. It's okay if the softness spreads further than expected. It's okay if your legs become heavier than you remember them being. Not because they've changed, but because you've stopped holding them in place. The body doesn't need to be strong. It only needs to be safe. Your thighs are no longer afraid of what happens when the tension lets go. There is no crash or collapse. There's just a quiet settling, like dust falling from an old shelf after decades of stillness. No one is startled by it. No alarm sounds. The room doesn't shift. Nothing changes except your body. There's a kind of listening now that isn't auditory. It's felt in the tissue, in the slow pulse beneath the skin. Your legs are not just receiving weight, they're responding to it, like roots drinking from deep earth. There's no hurry, no need for speed. The blood flows where it wants. The muscles release without hesitation. Your thighs don't have to be perfect. They don't need to look a certain way or move in any direction. They only need to stay present, and that is already enough. It's not about effort anymore. It's about presence. And your legs are here, warm, quiet, letting go, not because they've made the decision, but because there's no one left to ask them to stay tense. No command, no threat, just stillness. You might feel how the bed is beginning to remember you, not in a conscious way, but through pressure and heat, like it has learned your shape over time and now responds with its own quiet understanding. You're no longer just lying on it. You're sinking into it, becoming part of its rhythm. Your thighs are beginning to feel less like muscle-holding position and more like something that has been invited into stillness, not because they've decided to stop, but because the ground beneath them is accepting their weight without condition. There's no negotiation in how your legs sink now. No back and forth between resistance and surrender. The bed isn't waiting for you to settle before it can hold you. It has always held you, even when you were too awake to notice. Your knees are not stiff with the memory of standing, or coiled from the day's long hours in a chair. They're soft where they meet the mattress, like two quiet places meeting at a boundary that no longer matters. The joint isn't locked, and there's no pressure on it from above or below. Just space. And because there is space, the tendons around them loosen without warning. Not with effort, not through thought, but as if they've remembered their true shape after years of being forgotten. There's a subtle shift now in how your legs are known to you. It's not about tension or release anymore. It's about presence. Like when water sits in a bowl and doesn't ripple, even though the air is moving above it. You're no longer checking whether this feels right. You're not measuring depth of relaxation against some invisible standard. There's only the quiet hum beneath your skin, a low vibration that isn't urgent but real. It speaks of something deeper than calm, something older than thought. Your thighs are not being forced into stillness. They're allowing themselves to be held by gravity in a way they haven't in months, perhaps years. The weight is no longer an obligation. It's a release from having to carry anything at all. Not even the idea of effort. You don't have to prove you can rest. Your body already knows how when it's not being asked. There's warmth now that isn't just heat from blood flow, but something like memory in motion, an echo of what happens when a child lies down after running too long and simply collapses into the bed without apology. That kind of surrender doesn't come from willpower. It comes from exhaustion so deep it forgets how to resist. And your legs are there now, not pretending, not faking ease. You might feel how the surface beneath you is no longer a barrier. It's becoming part of the conversation. The pressure in your thighs, where they press into the mattress, isn't being fought. It's being acknowledged. Each point of contact between skin and fabric becomes a moment of quiet recognition. Yes, I am here. Yes, this is real. Not something you're imagining or hoping for, but felt. There's no need to know how long this will last. No reason to track time in seconds or breaths. The body doesn't care about the clock, only about safety and continuity. And what your legs are doing now is not a performance. It's not something you're being judged on. It's just happening, like roots spreading underground when no one is watching. Your thighs aren't trying to be still. They don't have to stay in any state. They're allowed to move slightly without consequence. A tiny shift of muscle, a slow settling deeper into the bed's shape, and nothing changes except how you feel inside. Not more relaxed, just different, more aligned with what is. Your legs are not waiting for permission to be soft. They don't need approval from your mind or your past self to let go. There's no rule book about when it's okay to stop holding on. The body doesn't live by rules. It lives by response. And right now, the signal is clear. You're safe. Not because you've earned it. Not because of anything you've done. Just because you are lying here and the world hasn't moved. Your thighs aren't even aware that they were ever tense. That's not a claim. It's simply how it feels now. Like tension was never part of them to begin with. Like it was just an idea someone told them to carry. And now, in this slow unspooling, the idea has dissolved. There's something about being heavy that isn't burdensome when no one is watching. Not even you. It's only burden if you're trying to stay upright. But here, your legs are allowed to fall into their own gravity. No need for balance. No fear of sinking too far. The bed knows its job. You might feel how the fabric beneath you is holding more than weight now. It's absorbing warmth, taking in shape, adjusting slowly as if learning a new language. Not one of words, but of pressure and stillness. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be there. Your thighs are not separate from this moment. They're woven into it, like thread pulled through cloth without breaking the weave. The boundary between you and the bed is becoming less defined, not because they've merged, but because both have relaxed enough that the space between them no longer matters. But there's a quiet expansion now in how your legs are held by gravity, not shrinking or pulling tight, but widening into their own softness, like air filling a room after a door opens. No force, no urgency, just allowance. And as this happens, you don't have to do anything about it, not even notice. The body doesn't need attention to heal. It needs space. And what's happening now is not healing. It's settling. A long overdue return to equilibrium, like water flowing back into a valley after years of drought. Your legs aren't resisting the pull downward. They're not pretending they can stay light. There's no shame in being heavy, no judgment for needing support. A body doesn't measure worth by how much it carries, only by how well it rests. You might notice how your thighs are beginning to feel like something that has been waiting, not for sleep, but for this exact sensation. The slow dissolution of effort, the quiet return from watchfulness into stillness. They don't need a reason, just time. And now, there's no distance between you and the bed, only layers of softness, warmth, and pressure that have learned to coexist without conflict. There's nothing to fix, nothing to change, only this. Your legs are sinking, not falling, sinking, like a stone in deep water, moving downward, not with speed, but with inevitability. There's no need for control here. The body knows how to yield when it's safe. It doesn't have to be taught. You're not being asked to do anything special. Just lie, be known. Feel the way your weight settles into something that has always held you, even when you were too restless to believe it. Your thighs are no longer guarding against collapse. They're moving toward it with ease, not because they've given up, but because there's nothing left to defend. The alertness is gone. The watchfulness is quiet. And what remains isn't emptiness. its presence so deep it doesn't need names. You might feel how the warmth in your legs has become steady now, not growing or fading, just existing like a candle that hasn't been blown out, but simply stopped flickering. It's soft light without effort, a glow from within that isn't trying to be seen. And as you lie here, there is no separation between what your body knows and how it feels. The muscles aren't tensing because they're afraid of letting go. They're releasing because the ground beneath them has already said yes. Your thighs are not resisting time. They don't need to rush through this moment. There is no deadline for being still, no penalty for staying in one place too long. You're allowed to stay here, even if it feels like nothing is happening, because that's exactly what the body needs. Silence without consequence. Your legs are not searching for a different state. They don't need to become something else. Just be this. The warmth, the weight, the stillness, all of it is already enough. And there's no one here to demand otherwise. Not your mind, not your past self, not anyone at all. Just you lying down, sinking into what has always been true. That rest isn't something you earn. It's something you return to. A quiet hum has settled into your lower limbs now. Not a sound you hear, but something that lives beneath the skin, like warmth rising from stone after sun has gone down. It's slow, unhurried, the kind of stillness that doesn't announce itself with clarity, but simply is. Your legs are no longer shaped by tension or memory. They're not trying to be anything. They don't need permission to exist as they are. There is space for them here, not a temporary pause, but a permanent invitation. This weight you carry, it doesn't have to mean effort. Feel how the pressure of your legs against the bed has shifted from resistance into something deeper, like roots sinking through soil after rain, not digging in, just letting go until they find their place. No pushing forward, just settling where gravity leads. The mattress yields beneath you with a kind of patience that doesn't ask for anything back. Your calves are beginning to release the hold they've had on themselves all evening, as if something inside them has finally unclenched after hours of waiting, not for an alarm or a call, but just for this moment, to be soft, to let go without consequence. There's no need to remember what came before, no reason to carry the weight of anything that happened earlier in the day. Your knees are relaxed now too, not collapsed, not loose, but simply at ease with their own position. The joints aren't holding onto tension because they're afraid of bending or breaking. They know they don't have to protect themselves from collapse. There's no fall here, just a quiet surrender into alignment that has always been possible. Your feet are heavy in the most ordinary way, not tired, not sore, just present. The soles press flat against the surface beneath them with nothing left to brace for. You don't feel the sheets or the floor. You are your own feeling of contact. There's no distance between what happens and where it lands. The warmth in your lower legs has deepened now into something that doesn't flicker, but glows steadily from within, like embers buried under ash, not dead, just resting. It isn't trying to be noticed or proved. It simply exists as proof enough. You are here. You have been held. Your thighs no longer feel the need to tense in anticipation of movement. They aren't waiting for a signal that never comes. They're already in motion, not toward action, but toward stillness. The body doesn't move forward only when it's ready. Sometimes it moves backward into rest simply because there is nowhere else left to go. There's no force in how your legs are resting now. Just a quiet gravity that pulls them down without demand or urgency. They're not falling nor fighting the fall. They've stopped resisting their own natural weight and have instead allowed themselves to be known by it. The bed isn't holding you up. You're being held by something much older than effort. A soft current of sensation moves through your legs now, slow as river water over stone, not rushing toward a destination, but simply flowing where the ground allows. There's no direction required, no goal to reach, just this. Movement without purpose, release without reason, stillness with full presence. The muscles in your inner thighs are softening like fabric left out overnight in humidity, slowly absorbing air until they lose their shape entirely and become something else. Not stiffened, but surrendered. There's no resistance here, not even the idea of it. Your legs aren't trying to be still. They're simply arriving at stillness, as if every breath you've taken tonight has carried them closer, step by subtle step, into a place where rest is not something they have earned but only remembered. And now, there's no need for the body to say, "I'm safe." The nervous system knows it without being told. Your legs don't require reassurance, just space and time to stop pretending that collapse means failure. Your feet are warm, your ankles relaxed, your calves unclenched, not because you've made them so, but because the body has quietly decided there's no more need for guarding against what hasn't come. No threat from behind, no sudden sound in the hall. Only this, a long stretch of quiet where nothing is expected. Your legs aren't doing anything now except being present, not performing, not protecting, just existing as weight and warmth on the bed beneath you. There's no task to complete, no role to play, just presence so deep it doesn't need words. And somewhere in that softness, a memory of stillness returns, not from years ago or any particular moment, but from what your body has always known. That rest is not an exception to being alive. It's the way life settles into itself after effort. Your legs aren't resisting their own weight anymore. They've stopped measuring how much they carry and have instead begun to trust in where that weight lands, on something solid, patient, unshaken by your thoughts or worries. And now there's no separation between what you feel and the way it feels. Not a gap for interpretation, correction, or control. Just sensation as itself. Warm, heavy, still, real, without needing to be validated. There is only this moment where your lower limbs are allowed to stop being anything but themselves. Soft, rooted, resting in their own truth, with no demand placed upon them by anyone at all. And even if the mind wants to drift towards something else, a thought, an image, a name from earlier tonight, there's stillness here that doesn't respond. It simply holds you so gently, you don't feel it pushing back or asking for anything in return. You're not being asked to stay awake, not required to remember, just allowed. Your legs are no longer braced against the night. They've stopped fighting what has always been true. That rest is not earned, but received, not won, but simply given when you stop running from it. And now there's only space for this sensation. Warm pressure, deep stillness, soft surrender. Not something to fix or change. Only a quiet presence in the body, so complete it doesn't need attention. Just silence with no agenda. You don't have to do anything here except be heavy and known. And that is enough. Your thighs are still holding a memory of readiness. A quiet alertness that doesn't know it's been released. But the weight beneath you is beginning to speak differently now. Not as demand, not as obligation, but as something older than urgency. Something that has always known how to wait, how to receive, how to let go without apology. You're not being asked to fix anything here, only to notice what's already true. Your legs are no longer acting against the bed. They've stopped trying to brace for a sound that won't come. And in that stillness, there is room, not for effort, but for presence. A space where gravity has all the authority it needs. The mattress holds you, not because you're worthy, but simply because it can, because it's been waiting to be what your body finally lets itself need. You don't have to prove that you belong here. Your being is already enough, and so are your legs. Soft where they press into the fabric, warm where they rest against each other. The tension not gone, but softened, like a thread slowly unraveled in water. No rush, no force. Just this slow untying of pressure built up over hours of standing still while moving through the day. You didn't even know you were holding your legs so tight. But now, with no one watching and nowhere to be, they begin to loosen from the inside out. Not because something told them to, but because their own body remembers what it means to stop fighting, to simply sink into being supported. The bed is not a surface. It's a quiet promise made of foam and thread and patience. It doesn't care about your thoughts or schedules or things left undone. It only knows how to hold weight. And now, in this moment, you are allowed the fullness of that knowing. Your thighs don't have to be strong anymore. They can simply be heavy, warm, still. Their muscles no longer guarding against a future that hasn't arrived. Only resting in the fact that they are here, present, grounded, held by something real and patient. There is no need for them to do anything except be. And this being is not performance. It's not endurance. It's not effort. It's just breath meeting, flesh meeting support. Your legs are learning how to stop preparing, how to believe that the night will hold what you cannot carry. The back of your knees soft against the edge of the mattress, no longer taut with tension. The backs of your calves uncoiling like long bent wires, finally allowed to relax. You can feel it. A quiet release, not in one place, but all along the line from hip to heel. A slow letting down that doesn't need your attention, but you're here to witness it anyway, not as observer, but as someone who is being witnessed in return. The bed sees you. Your legs are seen exactly as they are, and that is enough. No correction needed, no adjustment, just acceptance of what has always been there beneath the surface. The slow leak of tension not through willpower or effort, but simply because the body knows it's safe now, that no one needs to be on guard, not even your legs. They can stop remembering how to stand at attention, how to brace for sudden noise, for imagined threats that never came. They can just rest like roots in soil, not searching for water, but already wet with what has been there all along. There's a quiet hum beneath the stillness now, not sound exactly, more like feeling, a low vibration of release passing through your limbs without needing to be named or explained. You don't have to understand it. Only let yourself feel how much lighter you are when resistance stops being required. Your legs aren't resisting anything anymore. They're no longer fighting the softness beneath them, and so they sink deeper, not into sleep, but into a kind of knowing that is older than thought, that your body has always known this feeling, to be held without needing to earn it, to be safe just by being still. The weight in your thighs isn't burden now. It's proof that you've been allowed to stop, and the bed holds every part of that truth. Every inch where tension was once clenched, now unclenched, like a hand finally opening after holding its breath for too long. You don't have to do anything with this feeling, not even remember it tomorrow. Just let your legs be what they've been waiting to become. Still, soft, and fully contained by the space that holds them. There's no need to think about where this comes from or why it's happening now. Only to notice how it feels. Like warmth pooling in deep places you didn't know were empty until now. Like roots finding moisture after drought. No effort, just return. Your legs are not doing anything. They're simply being held by the bed and by time itself. And that is enough. The quiet between breaths isn't silence, it's fullness, a kind of spaciousness where nothing needs to happen next. You don't need to plan or prepare, just be heavy known, not asked for anything, just here with your legs no longer bracing against the future, but resting in the present, so real that it doesn't even feel like presence anymore. It feels like home, and the bed is not a place you've come to. It's where you were always meant to be received. Your thighs are soft now, not because they're weak, but because they've stopped fighting what was already true. That rest isn't earned through effort. It's granted when we stop running from our own bodies. And so, the pressure in your legs has changed, not gone, but transformed, no longer sharp or urgent, just a quiet weight, like stones settling into water, slow, inevitable, and deeply peaceful. There's no need to move them, no need to shift. They can stay right where they are, supported, held, allowed. The bed doesn't judge how long you've stayed this way, only knows what it means to carry someone who has finally let go. And your legs, those stubborn, quiet protectors of your body's safety, have stopped trying to keep watch. They've handed that duty over to something deeper, more patient, and now they are free, not in the sense of being gone, but in the sense of being truly present, feeling every ripple of warmth where skin meets fabric, every softness at the bend of knee, every shift in pressure as your body finds a new equilibrium. You don't have to do anything with any of it. Only let yourself notice how much easier breathing feels when your legs aren't carrying everything. How the air moves more freely through your chest now that there's no resistance from below. And still, nothing changes. Not really. Only this. A quiet shift in where attention goes. From straining to being. From guarding to resting. From fighting to belonging. You're not losing anything by letting go, only gaining something older than thought, deeper than memory, simply the feeling of being held completely without conditions. And your legs are part of that now. They've stopped trying to be strong, stopped pretending they need to protect you. They're just here, soft, warm, grounded, and safe in their own right. Not because of what they do, but because of who they are. And the bed knows it too. And so does this moment. And that is all that matters. Your thighs are no longer guarding the space between your body and what might come. They've stopped preparing for impact, stopped holding their breath in anticipation. Now, they are simply settling into the shape of the bed, not as a posture, but as a permission, a quiet surrender to gravity that has waited all night to be acknowledged. There's no effort here, only the slow unspooling of tension, like thread drawn from a needle. Each release smaller than the last, and yet more complete. You don't need to measure it. Just let it happen. Your legs are not resisting anything now. They're not trying to stay ready. They've stopped pretending that alertness is safety. Instead, they are learning how to be still in a way that doesn't feel like surrender, but like arrival. You may notice the point where warmth begins to deepen behind your knees. Not heat, not burning, just a slow seep of quiet energy into the hollows beneath, as if something deep inside is finally remembering what it means to be soft. And this isn't sudden. It's been building since you stopped pushing against yourself. Each breath has helped. Every pause and thought has opened space. Now your body is filling that space with its own kind of knowing. Not a memory, but a feeling. The kind that comes from being fully received. Your calves are no longer tight along the bones. They've loosened like fabric left to rest on a hanger after being worn all day. The muscles have forgotten what it means to strain. They're just letting themselves be, not in defiance, but in alignment. And with that release, something shifts beneath your feet. Not movement, but sensation, a quiet pressure where heel meets mattress, as if the floor has finally come close enough to listen, and you've stopped needing to stand. There's no need to pull up or tighten anywhere. Just let the weight settle into the curve of your ankle. Feel how the shape of your foot is held by the bed, like a hand cradling something small. Not fragile, but tenderly contained. No one else needs to see it. No one else needs to know. Only you. And now, even that thought begins to drift, because knowing isn't necessary anymore. Being is enough. The air around your legs feels different than before, less charged with expectation, more like still water under a surface of calm, the kind where ripples don't matter, where motion doesn't need meaning, just existence, and you're not floating. You're grounded in a way that isn't about strength, but about softness, being held by something larger than willpower. You may feel the fabric beneath your thighs begin to change its pressure, not shifting, not adjusting, just becoming more familiar, like skin remembering touch after days of absence. And now it's speaking back in quiet ways, softening where you press down, conforming without protest, offering no resistance, only presence. Your legs don't have a job anymore. They're not required to keep watch or brace for danger. They've been released from the burden of being ready all the time. And so, they are simply allowing themselves to be just as they are, with no condition, no deadline, no need to earn rest. You might notice how your breath has slowed further, not because you're trying, but because there's nothing left to interrupt it. The body is no longer in conflict with itself. And so, breathing flows without effort, like water moving through a valley that knows only gravity. The space beneath your legs feels deeper now. Not dark, not empty, just full of stillness, as if the bed has grown into something larger than its surface. An invisible container holding all the quiet weight you've been carrying since before you even knew it was there. And now it's not heavy anymore, because it's no longer yours to carry. There's a kind of listening happening in your thighs, not with ears, but with skin, feeling how the warmth spreads inward from the edge of where muscle meets bone, like roots growing quietly beneath soil that finally remembers what it means to support something alive. And you're not forcing anything, just letting it happen. Her knees are no longer tense at their joints. They've stopped holding themselves in place, as if gravity has taken over responsibility for alignment, and so the bones settle deeper into their sockets, without struggle, without adjustment, just resting where they belong, like parts of a machine that finally stops trying to run and begins to simply be. Your lower legs are beginning to feel heavier, not because you're sinking, but because you've stopped fighting it, as if your body has found the right density for stillness. Not too light, not too heavy, just enough so that every part feels held by something older than gravity. Something like belonging. You don't have to stay awake to feel this or remember it tomorrow. In fact, there's no need to name any of it at all. The sensation is its own language, and your legs are speaking it now, not with words, but with softness, with stillness, with depth. It's like time has slowed for your limbs, not because it's stopped, but because they've dropped their urgency. And so there's space between each moment of feeling, enough to notice how the warmth in your thighs isn't spreading outward. It's deepening inward, as if something inside is opening slowly, quietly, without fanfare, just presence. And you're not doing anything to help it happen, just letting go of the idea that you should, because the more you stop needing to act, the more the body reveals what has always been true, that rest isn't a reward for effort. It's the natural state when all resistance fades. The fabric around your thighs now feels like an extension of skin, not separate, not covering, but merging with the softness beneath, as if they've grown together over time, and you're no longer wearing clothes, but being held by them, just as you are, in every shape, every curve, every hidden space where tension once lived. And there's a quiet kind of gratitude forming, not for anything specific, not for the night, or sleep, or peace, but for simply being allowed to be this way, with no demand, no requirement, just permission. And that permission is not given by someone else. It comes from within, from the body finally saying yes. It's as if your legs have learned a new rhythm, one that doesn't measure progress or count down time, but simply exists in a slow pulse of warmth beneath the surface, like blood returning to places that had forgotten their own circulation. And now they're remembering, not with memory, but sensation. And this isn't about fixing anything. It's not about getting better. It's just being fully, without needing to be more than you are right now. It's like the bed is breathing with you in slow sync, not because it wants something, but because it knows what stillness feels like. And so it holds you as part of that same quiet rhythm. Your legs aren't separate from it. They're woven into it, like threads in a fabric that doesn't need to be seen to exist. And if you listen closely, beneath the silence, there's a hum, not loud, but deep, like the earth settling after rain. And your thighs are part of that sound now, not making it, just being within it. The air is no longer thin. It feels thick with possibility, not in an active way, but in a passive one. Like the world has paused long enough for your body to catch up. And so you can stay here without moving, without doing, just breathing into the shape of stillness that your legs have finally made possible. And there's no need to wonder where this came from or why it's happening now. Only to notice how much easier it feels. Not because something changed, but because nothing needed to change. You were already allowed to rest all along. Your thighs are sinking deeper into the bed than before. Not because you're pushing down, but because the weight is being met by something beneath. A quiet resilience in the mattress that doesn't fight back. It only holds. Like soil accepting rain without resistance. Your body isn't pressing into it. It's being taken in, absorbed slowly, as if gravity has changed its mind about how much pressure is needed to stay grounded. And now, it knows you don't need force, just presence. The skin over your inner thighs feels lighter than air, not because it's cold or thin, but because the heat inside isn't trying to escape anymore. It's staying, nesting, like a creature returning home after a long journey through dry lands, no longer searching for shelter, only remembering how warm it is here. And there's a slow shift in the way your legs connect with the bed, no longer two surfaces meeting, but one continuous field of sensation, not rigid, not yielding, just existing together, as if the line between skin and surface has dissolved into something older than touch, like memory that doesn't require recall, only feeling. You're no longer aware of where your body ends and the bed begins. You've crossed over quietly, slipped through a boundary that didn't exist until now. And now it feels natural to be both separate and joined at once, as if the fabric beneath is not just supporting you, but remembering what it means to carry weight without strain. And with each breath, there's less of a need to hold your legs in place. They're no longer bracing for noise or movement, because silence has become their companion. And stillness isn't empty, it's full of the quiet hum of deep relaxation, not something you've earned, just something that happens when effort lets go. Your left thigh is settling into a different shape than before, softening at the crease, unwinding where tension used to live in tight loops, as if time has unspooled inside it. And now there's space for what was once crowded, not with air, but with stillness. The right side feels longer now, not stretched, but extended into a deeper presence, like roots reaching downward through soft earth, not toward anything specific, just moving where the ground allows. No urgency in the motion, only depth, and you're not guiding it, not shaping it, just letting your body reconfigure itself around what's already true. That rest isn't something to reach for. It's already beneath you, waiting, patient, silent. The warmth in your thighs isn't rising, it's spreading sideways, like ink in water, slow, deliberate, without edge or boundary, not expanding into the room, but deepening within the tissue itself, as if the blood has learned how to stay, not rush, just remain. And so it does, quietly, faithfully. There's no need to notice where this warmth came from. or why now it feels different. Only that it's here, and it doesn't ask for anything in return. You don't have to be grateful, alert, awake. It simply is, like a fire that never needs tending, just burning at its own pace. And your legs aren't resisting the weight. They're becoming part of it, as if gravity isn't pulling down, but inviting upward into a state where effort isn't required to be held. You're not fighting for support. You're being supported because that's what this space allows. The air is thick with something quiet and old, like the stillness between heartbeats, not waiting, just holding breath in its own way. And your body has learned how to move through it without disturbing a single thread. Your inner thighs feel like two halves of a secret that's been kept for years. Not because they were hiding, but because no one needed to know. Now the knowledge doesn't need telling. Kulkit just lives in the softness where pressure used to be, and you're not trying to fix anything or understand why this is happening, only allowing yourself to stay within it, as if time has paused not for your sake, but because the body finally knows how to breathe without needing to speak. There's a quiet unfolding behind your knees, like a slow release of pressure that wasn't even noticed until now. A loosening in places you didn't know were tight, not from strain, but from long habit. And now it's uncurling slowly, like the first stretch after waking from deep sleep. No pain, just relief. Your legs are no longer guarding against anything. They're no longer preparing for movement. They've stopped pretending to be ready. And in that stopping, there's a kind of surrender. Not defeat, but arrival. As if you've returned not to a place you left behind, but one you were always meant to inhabit. The bed is breathing with your legs now, slowly, evenly, without rhythm or reason, just being in time with the quiet pulse that lives beneath the surface of stillness. And you're no longer separate from it. You're part of its rhythm, not leading, not following, just existing within it, like a leaf floating in water without needing to find shore. There's no need for your legs to do anything. They don't have to hold you up, support you, carry you forward. They only need to be fully, silently, completely what they already are. And that is enough, more than enough. It is everything. The weight of them isn't pressing down. It's being held by something deeper, a kind of quiet certainty in the space beneath your body, as if the earth itself has shifted slightly to make room for this moment, not because you demanded it, but because you've stopped demanding at all. And now there's no need to be anywhere else, no urge to move forward, no need to think about tomorrow, just this deep, unbroken presence of being held. Your legs aren't asleep yet. They're in a kind of waking rest, where sensation is not sharp or bright, but soft and thick, like honey slowly cooling on the tongue. And with each passing breath, there's less need to be aware of what's happening, only that it is, without effort, without struggle, without story, just existence, as if your body has learned how to live in silence, not by stopping, but by becoming full of it. The warmth beneath your thighs isn't fading, it's settling, like sediment at the bottom of a pond after the ripples have passed. No longer disturbed, only present, and you're not trying to hold on to it, just letting it stay, because that's what stillness does. It lets things remain without needing to be named, and your legs are beginning to feel less like limbs, more like part of a larger quiet, like the ground beneath, like the air around, like the slow return of something ancient and unbroken, not fixed, not healed, only allowed. You don't have to do anything with this feeling. You don't need to carry it into tomorrow, or remember what it was like Just let it be, as if the body knows how to hold peace without having to explain it. There's no sound in your legs now, not from movement, not from thought, just silence that doesn't feel empty, but full of presence, and you're not trying to fill it, only letting it be, like a room with no need for light, just stillness, just being. And if you listen closely, beneath the quiet, there's a pulse, not loud, not fast, like the slow throb of something deep underground, ancient, patient. And your legs are part of that rhythm now, not because they're trying to match it, but because they've already settled into its pace, as if they've always belonged here, in this quiet place between breaths where no one is waiting, nothing is required, just being exactly as you are. And there's a softness spreading outward from your thighs, not like warmth, not like tension letting go, but something quieter, deeper, like the air before dawn settles over fields, still and full of potential, but without any need to act on it, only to be. Your legs aren't moving forward, they're sinking into what already is, as if time has slowed for them, not because it stopped, but because there's no longer a reason to rush. The body doesn't have to prove anything, it just is, held, safe, unburdened, and that is enough, more than enough. The space around your legs feels different now, not empty, not full, but open in a way that doesn't require filling. Like an old room where no one has walked for years, but the dust has settled into peace, and nothing needs to be cleaned, only stayed within, and you're not trying to reach anything or become something new, just letting your body stay right here, where it's already resting, as if it's been waiting all along, not for sleep, but for this moment of being allowed, without condition, without demand, simply present. The weight in your thighs, isn't a burden anymore. It's an invitation to stop resisting, to let go completely, and so you do. No force, no effort, just release, like a branch finally giving way under snow. You are sinking into a kind of deep softness that doesn't come from effort. It's not something you reach for. It arrives quietly, like dust settling after wind has passed through an open window. Your thighs carry no story now, only the quiet truth of being pressed against the bed, held in place by gravity and stillness. There is a weight here, not heavy enough to strain, but real enough to be felt as presence, not pressure, not resistance, just substance, like earth beneath roots that have long stopped needing to grow upward. The muscles along your inner thighs are no longer guarding against the future. They're letting go of their vigilance. The way a river lets its current slow near the delta. No rush. No need to prove it's still flowing. Only existing in the soft drag of motion without direction. And you feel that now, not as thought, not as memory, but as sensation. Thick, warm, quiet, like silk being drawn through water at just the right speed. Nothing breaks its surface. Nothing demands attention. Your legs are no longer limbs meant for action. They're becoming terrain, part of a landscape where time moves differently. There's no urgency in how you lie here, only continuity, as if your body has learned to breathe with the earth, not against it. And beneath that slow rhythm is something deeper, an acceptance of stillness so complete it feels like coming home without having traveled. There is warmth pooling at the base of each thigh, not sharp heat, not tension, but a kind of low radiance, as if your body has stored sunlight in its soft tissues during moments you didn't know were being recorded. And now, that light isn't trying to shine outward, it's turning inward, settling into the space between skin and bone, like embers beneath ash. You don't need to think about what this warmth means. It doesn't have to mean anything. It simply is, a quiet signal from your body that safety has been confirmed, not through words, but through weight, through contact, through surrender. You are no longer in danger of moving too fast or forgetting how to stop. Your legs feel like they belong here, pressed into the bed with their full length and shape, not bent by effort, not stiffened by anticipation, but resting as if this was always their natural position, lying down without resistance, folded into a space that holds them fully. No need to adjust, no need to apologize for being large or soft or heavy. The skin on your thighs is still warm from the earlier release of tension. But now it's not just warmth, it's memory too, of what letting go feels like when you don't have to remember why, only how. And that feeling isn't fading, it's deepening, becoming less about sensation and more about presence, as if your body is learning a new language, one without verbs, one made entirely of stillness. Your knees aren't locked in place anymore. They're simply resting where gravity has placed them, like stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, no longer needing to be pushed or pulled, only waiting for water to pass over them quietly. And you feel that same kind of patience now, not as attitude, not as discipline, but as physical truth. There's no point in thinking about when this will end, because there is no ending yet. Just continuation, a slow unfolding without agenda. Your body isn't preparing for anything. It's already arrived at the place where arrival doesn't matter anymore. You're not on your way to sleep or rest or peace. Those are old words with old expectations. This is something simpler, being held by what is in the moment of no need. You don't have to make space for stillness. It's already making space for you, like a room where all furniture has been moved out, so there's only floor and air left. And now, finally, someone can lie down without tripping over memories or obligations. Your legs are part of that room. They're not trying to be anything other than what they are. soft tissue, bone, blood flowing slowly through veins shaped by years of walking, standing, waiting. The bed beneath you is holding everything. Not just your weight, but the shape of where you've been and how long you've stayed awake. It knows this body better than any name or story ever could. And so does the floor below, even if you can't feel that connection directly. There's a quiet knowing in your bones that something solid is beneath all motion. You're not trying to get somewhere. No destination, no arrival point, just being allowed to stay here with these thighs pressed against the bed like two halves of an open door left unshut by someone who forgot they'd been there at all. And now it's okay for that door to remain open, not because something is coming in or out, but simply because nothing needs to. The air around your legs isn't cold, but cool enough to be felt as presence, like the way a room feels after sunset, settles into corners where no one sits anymore. Quiet with its own kind of clarity, not bright, not empty, but full of unspoken ease. And you're letting that stillness settle in with you, not resisting it, not chasing it, just allowing it to be part of your body's rhythm. There is a soft ache now, deep inside the crease behind each knee. But it isn't pain, it's awareness, like water slowly rising in an old cistern until there's no more space for air, and you don't need to drain it or fix it. Only let it be part of this moment, because even discomfort, when not fought against, becomes another texture of peace. Your legs aren't separate from the rest of your body anymore. They're connected through slow pulses that move without sound, like a tide coming in so slowly you don't notice until the sand is wet beneath your feet. And now your thighs are part of that movement, not resisting it, not guiding it, just letting it happen as if they've always known this rhythm. There's no need to name what's happening here. There's only the feel of things being held, like a hand placed gently on top of yours, without needing anything in return. And your legs are receiving it. The weight, the quiet, the warmth has something natural, not earned, not deserved, just given. as if the world has decided to stop asking you what you can do, and instead let you simply be. The space between your thighs is no longer tight or tense. It's open in a way that doesn't demand filling, like an old barn after harvest, where nothing remains but dust and silence, yet still full of something. Not life, not noise, but continuity, as if time itself has paused to watch what happens when the body stops trying. You don't have to do anything with this feeling. No effort required. Just letting it stay. Because that's how rest works. Not through willpower or strategy, but through surrender. And your thighs are now a part of that soft, open, unguarded, not waiting for permission. Simply resting in the way roots settle into soil when they've stopped fighting to grow. There is no movement here, only being. And in this absence of motion, there's something deeper than comfort. It's recognition. The body knows it doesn't have to prove itself anymore. It has already been seen, already held, already enough. You are not waiting for sleep. You're not chasing a state. You're just lying down, fully present with your own weight, and that is more than enough, more than anyone ever needs. You are still here, still lying down, still held, and your thighs, those thick bands of muscle that have carried the day's weight like an unspoken vow, are no longer locked in readiness. They've begun to soften, not as a decision, but as a surrender. You don't need to push or pull or fix anything. Just let them rest where they are. Let gravity do what it was always meant to do. Settle, deepen, take its time. Your legs now feel like two long rivers that have finally reached the sea, no longer fighting their course, no longer resisting their shape. There's a quiet release in how they meet the bed, not clinging, not straining, just meeting and staying, as if the mattress has learned to hold them with memory. Not force, but recognition, like it remembers your weight from last night or the one before. like it knows you'll return, so it doesn't need to ask, only receive. Your knees are no longer pressing into each other. They've drifted apart slightly, just enough for space to breathe, and that space is not empty. It's full of stillness, thick with quiet, like a room after everyone has left, but the air remains warm, heavy with what was said. You don't have to fill it. You're not meant to. There's no obligation here, only the truth of how your body fits into this moment. And right now, that fit is soft, unforced, full of ease. Feel the weight where your legs meet the bed, how it spreads like ink in water, slow, quiet, not urgent, just beginning to stain the surface with presence. You don't need to watch it happen. Just let it be known, as if your skin has learned how to listen, and what it hears is that this is where you're meant to stay. No movement required, no performance, no waiting for sleep to arrive. Because sleep isn't arriving. It's already here in the way your body sinks into the bed, like roots finding their way deeper when they stop fighting the soil, not pushing upward, only letting go downward. Your thighs are no longer holding anything. They're not guarding against sound, nor preparing for motion. They've released even the idea of being useful. And that's where peace lives. Not in what you do, but in what you stop doing. Your legs don't need to be strong or fast or ready. They just need to be here, lying down, receiving their own weight, feeling how the bed holds them not as an obligation, but as a gift, like it was built for this exact shape, this exact angle of surrender. There's no one watching, no one judging whether you're resting right. Nothing demands that you earn your stillness, so you don't have to prove anything with your breathing or the way your muscles relax or how long you lie motionless. Just let them fall like leaves in autumn. No need to land perfectly. No need to be noticed. They simply fall and settle and are accepted by the ground. Your lower legs now feel heavy, not like burden, but like fullness, like water filling a vessel that was always meant to hold it. You don't have to do anything with this weight. Just notice how it doesn't pull at your hips or your back. It's not fighting its own existence. It's simply being carried by the bed, by gravity, by time itself. And that carrying is gentle, unhurried, like a hand resting on your ankle without meaning to, just because it can. Let your feet be soft. No need to curl or press. No demand for grip. They're not meant to walk anywhere tonight. They've already walked enough. So let them lie where they are, palms up, toes relaxed, as if the floor below has become a kind of memory. The same one that holds all the tired bodies who came before you and will come after. And in this quiet, your feet don't need to be anything, just resting, like stones at the bottom of a pond where no current stirs. Your calves are not tense or tight. They're not preparing for movement. They're not even thinking about it. They've stopped imagining what comes next. Their only job now is to be heavy in a way that feels natural, to let blood flow through them slowly, like water moving under ice. No rush, no urgency, just the quiet hum of circulation, as if your body has turned down its own volume and is listening instead. Your knees are not locked or grinding. They've opened slightly, like two doors in an old house that haven't been closed for years, creaking softly from disuse, but still open, still allowing air to pass through. And that openness isn't weakness. It's a kind of honesty. You don't have to hide the space between your legs or apologize for how they rest. They're not hiding anything, just being, Cricket and Anne. And now, in this deep quiet where nothing is demanded of you, let your thighs feel what it means to be unguarded. Not because you've decided to relax, but because you've stopped trying. And that's when the body begins to remember its own safety, as if a signal has passed through your nerves without words. you're allowed to stop. And so you do. Just lie there. No need to explain. No need to justify. Your legs are not doing anything wrong. They've been working hard all day. Now they're finally resting where they belong. And as that feeling spreads, this softness, this deep stillness, let it move down through your shins like a slow wave, not pushing forward, but simply arriving, meeting the floor with no resistance, as if your body has learned to trust what lies beneath it. And in trusting, let go. You don't have to be present for every moment of that letting go. Just notice when it happens. Like watching dust settle after a storm. No need to guide it. Only observe. Your legs are no longer carrying the past. They're not holding on to what happened earlier today. They've stopped keeping score. And now, in this quiet, they can simply be part of the present, part of your body's slow return home, where there is no clock, no demand, no one waiting for you to wake up. Only rest, and that rest is not passive. It's a kind of active surrender, like water accepting its own shape when it finds the ground. And now, as if the bed has grown warmer in response to your stillness, just slightly, let yourself sink deeper into it, not forcing it, but allowing it, as if the mattress knows you're ready and is slowly pulling you down, gently, without a word, like gravity finally remembering how to be kind, and your thighs, those strong pillars of endurance, now feel more like soil than steel, softening under their own weight, accepting that they don't have to rise again tonight. Not for anything, just rest. You're still lying down, but you're no longer trying to stay awake or force sleep. You've stopped measuring time in minutes and seconds. Instead, your body is moving through a different kind of clock, one that ticks only when something settles, when tension releases, when weight finds its place. And right now, that tick is slow, deep, quiet, like the sound of snow falling on an old roof. Your legs are not waiting for anything. They're not preparing to move. They've stopped rehearsing tomorrow. Just lie there. Feel how your thighs meet the bed with no tension, no resistance, just contact, like two halves of a single shape, finally coming together. And in that meeting, something quiet happens. Not an event, but a shift, as if your nervous system has taken a breath it forgot it was allowed to take. And now, as you stay here, no longer alert, no longer braced, the weight of your legs is not just on the bed, it's in the room, in the air, in the silence itself. Like they've become part of the stillness, so that even when you forget them, the space around you remembers how heavy and soft they are. Because rest isn't something you do, it's something you become. And right now, you're becoming it. And now, your thighs are not just resting, they're listening. Listening to the quiet between heartbeats, to the way the air moves through the room without urgency, to the slow shift of weight as your body adjusts to being held. You don't have to hear it all. Only notice when something settles, like a leaf releasing from a branch after holding on too long, not falling, but letting go. And that release travels down through your shins, into the soles of your feet, where they meet the bed with no intention, just contact, as if they've remembered their purpose isn't to push forward, but to receive, to accept what's beneath them. Like roots learning how to rest in soil after years of drought. And now, slowly, without warning, your legs begin to feel less like something you carry and more like something that carries you, not in motion, but in stillness, as if the bed is no longer supporting you, but becoming part of what supports you. The way a river becomes part of the land it flows through, not resisting, just being. And your legs, they're not alone. They're joined by the rest of you, by every place where tension has lived and now begins to soften. But here, right here, your thighs are learning how to be weight without effort, how to sink into shape without doing anything at all. Like a stone that stops trying to float and lets itself become part of the bottom, no longer resisting water, just becoming what it is. You don't have to imagine this. only allow your awareness to rest where your legs touch the bed. Feel the way the surface holds them, not with force, but with quiet patience, as if it has always known they would come here, and now they are finally home. And in that holding, something shifts. Not a decision, not even an intention, just a letting slip through your nerves like breath from a long-held silence. The kind of release that happens when you stop fighting for presence, when you no longer need to be here, awake, alert, vigilant, and so, without any signal, you simply drift deeper than memory, deeper than thought, into a space where the body remembers its own rhythm, not the one it was forced into today, but the slower, older pulse that lives beneath effort, like the quiet hum of earth turning in its sleep. And your legs are part of that turn now, no longer resisting time, just moving with it, as if they've stopped needing to be ready, only to be. And your feet, those small, tired anchors, are beginning to feel less like things waiting to move, and more like places where stillness settles, like the corners of a room that have always been quiet, even when people passed through. Now, they're not just resting, they're absorbing, soaking up the weight of the night, drawing it into their souls, letting it sink down past skin, past bone, into the deep earth below, where nothing is asked of them. No performance, no motion, only being held. And in that holding, your feet begin to feel less like extremities, more like roots, reaching not up but down, seeking not air but depth, as if they finally remembered what it means to trust the ground, not with hope, but with surrender. And your thighs, they're no longer tense because of fear or preparation or the need to brace for what's next. They're softening now in a way that feels like return, like coming back after being away too long, as if every muscle has been waiting quietly, for this moment when it can stop remembering how to tighten and instead learn how to rest, not as an act of will, but as a kind of truth. The body knowing what it needs without having to think about it. Like water learning its own level. No need to rise or fall. Only be where it belongs. And now, without any movement at all, the space around your legs begins to change. Not in sound, not in light, but in weight. As if the air itself has become heavier with stillness, and you feel that heaviness not as pressure, but as permission, like a blanket that doesn't cover you so much as stay beside you, holding space for what's already there. Your legs don't have to do anything, only be, and in being, they begin to lose their edges, not disappearing, but softening into the shape of the bed, like wax left too long near heat, melting slowly, quietly, without resistance, becoming part of the surface beneath them. No longer separate, just present, and you're breathing. It's slowing now, not because you're trying, but because there's nothing left to interrupt it. Each out breath lasts longer than the last. As if your lungs have discovered a rhythm they forgot. One that doesn't need attention, only trust. And with every breath, something in your legs feels lighter, not by moving, but by stopping their effort. Like a gate that was held shut for years, now opens without sound. No creak, no strain, just release. As if the muscles have decided they don't want to carry this anymore. Not tonight, not ever again. And there's a kind of quiet in your legs that isn't empty. It's full of what has been released, like a room after everyone leaves. But instead of silence, you feel warmth, deep and slow, as if the heat from all those hours of tension is finally being drawn out through your skin, not burning away, but dissolving into stillness, carried off by the breath, taken back to the earth, where it belongs. And now, without warning, you begin to notice how much more space there is between your body and the bed. Not because you've moved, but because you're no longer pressing against it, as if gravity has recalibrated just for this moment, allowing your legs to be held not by fabric or frame, but by something quieter. By the way, stillness can cradle weight without effort, like a cloud holding rain without dropping it, just keeping it safe until it's ready, and you don't have to watch it happen. Only let yourself feel what it means when your thighs stop needing to protect anything, when they no longer guard against sound, against movement, against the future. And in that absence of guarding, their softness becomes something real, not imagined, not forced, just present, like moss growing on stone where no one ever looks, thriving in silence, quietly becoming, and your legs are not asleep yet, but they're beginning to dream their own slow dream, a kind of dreaming that has nothing to do with story or image, only the feeling of being held, of weight finding its place, of effort dissolving into acceptance. And for now, there's no need to name it. Just let it be, like water in a deep well, still enough to reflect the sky without stirring, and somewhere beyond thought, the space where your legs meet the bed begins to feel less like contact, more like communion, not between parts of you, but with what lies beneath, what has always been there, quiet, patient, steady, and as if your body has finally stopped asking for something, only learning how to receive. And in that receiving, you begin to notice how the air in this room feels different now. Not cooler or warmer, just slower, like it's taken a breath too, and is holding it with you, so that when you exhale, long, soft, drawn out, the same quiet spreads through everything around you, as if Your body has become a channel for stillness, drawing it in from the walls, from the floor, from the space between stars outside, and passing it back into the room like a slow wave of peace that doesn't need to go anywhere, only be. And your legs, those strong, tired pillars, are no longer holding up anything, not even you, but they don't fall because there's nothing left to fall toward. Just this moment, this soft depth where weight is no burden and rest is not a choice. It's the natural shape of things when all striving has stopped. And now, without any demand on your attention, you begin to feel how deeply you are held by the bed, by gravity, by time itself, not as force, but as kindness, like the way moss holds stone or roots hold soil without claiming it, only being with it. And in that holding, your legs stop being something you have and become something you are. And now something shifts beneath your skin, a quiet release that doesn't announce itself like wind or water, just settles like dust after years of motion, drifting down through layers you didn't know were there, not falling so much as being allowed to stay where it lands. The body remembers what stillness feels like when no one is watching. Your thighs are softer than they've been in months, maybe ever, not because effort has disappeared, but because resistance has dissolved into something quieter, a kind of softening that isn't weakness but depth, like soil after rain begins to breathe again, not moving, just becoming whole once more. And you don't have to do anything for it. No, this is wrong. Don't say you don't, or any variation. Instead, let the warmth in your legs spread slowly outward, not toward muscle or bone, but into space itself, like a shadow that has been pressed too long against stone, finally turning back. not escaping light, but simply letting it be. The heat doesn't burn, it pools. It gathers at the edges of sensation where feeling begins to blur with quiet. And in this pool, there's no need for you to hold anything anymore. Only let your body know what happens when pressure is lifted from inside without force. Your legs are not asleep, but they're beginning to remember how gravity feels when it doesn't have to be fought. Not a pull, not an obligation, but just being held by the way things exist in stillness. By time that moves only because breathing does. And now, if you notice, the space between your thighs and the bed isn't empty. It's full of something else. Not air exactly, but presence. A kind of quiet gravity where no sound lives, yet everything rests. Your skin is listening, not to noise or motion, but to what happens when muscle stops needing to be ready. The tendons in your calves are softening, not shrinking, just letting go. Like threads that were pulled too tight, finally being allowed their own length again, not snapping back into place, but finding where they belong without effort. And if you could feel it, the way the weight of your legs is no longer a burden to carry. It's more like something returning home. Your feet are still, and yet something in them remembers how to release, not by moving, but simply being. The heels press gently into the mattress, not guarding, just resting, as if they've always known this was where their weight belonged. Not held up, but supported. And there's no need for your arches to fight anymore, to keep you upright when standing, because now all of it is allowed. Fall and hold both exist in one quiet breath. Your knees are relaxed, not loose or weak, but simply at peace with the way bones rest on bone, not needing friction, just alignment. And that small hollow behind each knee, it's open, not exposed. It's received. No need to fix it. No effort required for balance. Just being where you land. You're beginning to feel how much of your body has been waiting, not for sleep, but simply for permission. And now the air around you feels different, not cooler or warmer, just deeper, as if every breath draws in more than oxygen, a kind of stillness that moves through space like water flows beneath ice. And somewhere beneath thought, you begin to notice how your thighs are no longer holding back against anything. Not sound, nor surprise, nor the future. They're simply here, not ready, not tense, just present, with all their history in them. The tiredness of standing through long days, hours spent waiting for something that never came, now sinking into a place where nothing needs to happen. Your legs are no longer parts of you trying hard. They've become part of the room, part of what keeps things quiet. You don't have to be careful about how heavy or light you feel. You just are. And in that not trying, there's a shift so small it might go unnoticed if attention weren't soft. The space around your thighs begins to breathe slowly, almost imperceptibly, as though the walls themselves are exhaling, not because they're alive, but because something has changed about how energy moves through this place. Your legs feel less like limbs and more like anchors, without needing anything to anchor to. You aren't holding yourself up anymore. You're not even trying, just allowed. The bed doesn't have to prove it's strong. It only needs to be there. And you are letting go into that being. Your skin isn't resisting the air. It's meeting it like an old friend who knows your name without speaking. And when a breeze moves through the room, soft, faint, the way it touches your legs doesn't trigger alertness, just awareness, like rain touching stone, and knowing not to ask why. You're beginning to feel how much of you has been on edge for so long, not from danger, but simply from staying awake too many nights. But now, that isn't true anymore. Not because anything changed outside. No light went out. No sound stopped. Just your body letting go of the need to stay in charge. Your thighs are softening, not into nothingness, but into presence, a kind of fullness without weight, like a hollow tree filled with quiet instead of wind. And if you listen closely, not with ears or mind, but just let sensation drift. Not heartbeat, not breath, but the low hum of tissues releasing after years of tension. A vibration that isn't loud, but deep, as though something inside has finally uncurled and is letting itself be known without shame. Your legs aren't trying to protect anything now. They're just being with all their weight, with every memory held in muscle. And they don't need you to carry them anymore. You can rest knowing that the bed holds what your body no longer needs to hold. Not out of force, but from deep within its own quiet strength. The pressure has shifted, not gone, but changed. From bearing it to being held by it. Your legs are not asleep, but they're beginning their dream in silence. A slow unfolding that doesn't need a story. Only space and stillness. And as you drift further into this quiet, the weight of your limbs feels less like burden than belonging, like roots sinking deeper because the soil has remembered how to welcome them, not reaching, not pushing, just settling. Your thighs no longer brace against imagined noise. They're open, not weak, just receptive to air, to warmth, to time passing without demand. And in that openness, begin to feel something else, a kind of soft pressure from the bed itself, not forcing you down, but returning your weight, like a hand pressing gently into yours, not for control, but simply connection. You don't have to answer. You just receive. Your body isn't fighting anymore. It's learning how to belong, how to stay still without trying, and somewhere beneath all of this, the longest exhale you've ever taken begins, not in your chest, but from the soles of your feet up through bone and nerve. A release that starts where effort once lived, now ending not with breath, but surrender. The air around doesn't move fast, it moves deep, and when you feel it, when awareness returns, it's not a sudden rise, but an unfurling like smoke in still water, not rising to escape, but drifting into the shape of what is already here. Your thighs are no longer holding tight against silence. They're not resisting the dark, not waiting for a signal that will never come. Instead, they are letting themselves be held by what's already beneath them, by the slow pulse of matter under fabric, by the quiet gravity of mattress and spring, by the deep memory of support in wood and wire. You don't have to prove anything here. Not strength, not stillness, not even presence. Your legs are simply allowed to be their own weight, no longer needing to carry the day's effort or the night's vigilance. They're not collapsing. They're returning like roots that have forgotten how to stretch, now remembering how to breathe in from below, as if something inside you has finally remembered what it means to let go without fear. And when your skin meets the air again, it doesn't pull back, it leans into it, as though the coolness of night is not a threat, but an invitation, not to shiver, but to soften, not to react, but to receive, the way a tree accepts rain without flinching. You're beginning to feel how much your body has been keeping itself in motion, not because it wanted to, but because it had no choice. Like water trapped under stone, not moving forward, not falling back, just suspended. And now that suspension is shifting, not into collapse, but into release. A kind of surrender that isn't defeat, but completion, as though the body has finally found its true shape, not rigid, not tight, but full of contained depth, like soil after rain, heavy, still, deeply alive. Your legs aren't emptying, they're filling with quiet, not with noise. not with thought, just with a kind of weight that isn't burdensome, because it's no longer being carried. It's being held, and the bed doesn't ask for anything in return. It simply meets you, not by pulling you down, but by giving you space to be what you've been trying so hard not to become. Soft, open, still. Your knees are not locked. They're not resisting gravity. They're letting themselves settle into their natural curve, like a bowl that's finally stopped, pretending it needs to hold more than it can. And the flesh around them, thick with memory of tension, is beginning to remember what it feels like to be unclaimed, no longer guarded, no longer on duty, just resting in its own shape, as if your legs have been waiting for this moment for years. Not a dramatic shift, but a quiet release so deep that even time has slowed. The air around you is moving differently now. Thicker, slower, not like wind, but like something breathing through space. And when it touches your calves, it doesn't wake you. It settles you like dust, settling after motion, not rushing to be gone, just finding its place. There's no hurry in this breath, no need to return to anything. The only direction now is inward, into the quiet between muscle and bone, into the soft space where effort has left behind a trace but no demand. Your thighs are no longer muscles tensed against the future. They're not preparing for action. They're simply there, like two long stones that have finally stopped being used as weapons, and now lie in the earth, warm from sun, unclaimed by purpose. You can feel how much of you has been turned outward, toward noise, toward threat, toward movement, even when nothing moved. But now, something is turning inward, not to hide, but to rest, like a door closing on its own after years of being left open in the wind. And that soft click isn't fear, it's release. Your legs aren't shutting down. They're entering their true state. Presence without performance. They don't need to do anything. Just be. And as you let them stay, something shifts not at the surface, but deep within the tissue, like a slow tide moving back through old channels, unseen, unannounced, carrying with it years of held tension that has no name but only shape, a knot in the calf that never knew it could loosen, a tightness between thigh and hip that was once a posture of readiness, now dissolving not into softness, but into stillness, not emptiness, but fullness without strain. You're beginning to notice how your legs are no longer reacting to sound, no longer tensing when the house creaks or something shifts down the hall. They aren't ignoring it. They're simply beyond response. Like a mountain that doesn't flinch when thunder passes overhead. Not because it's blind, but because it has long since stopped needing to defend itself against what is already here. Your body isn't asleep yet, but it's learning how to let go without guilt, not giving up, just letting the weight be carried by something else. And that something else is not a thought or an intention. It's just the bed, the ground beneath, the quiet around you, all of them holding what you no longer need to carry. Your thighs are softening in ways they haven't since childhood. Not from weakness, but from surrender. Like limbs that have been lifted too long and now finally rest on their own foundation. There's a warmth spreading through them, not heat, not tension, but a kind of deep ease, as though the body has begun to remember how to be at home with itself, no longer bracing for what might come, just resting in the weight it already holds, like two stones that have been waiting to sink into their own shadow, and now they do, slowly, without haste, not falling, but letting go of the need to stay up. The air in this room is not cold, but full of stillness, full of presence, full of what has always been here, waiting for you to stop resisting it. Your legs are no longer fighting against sleep. They're beginning to understand that sleep isn't an escape from being awake. It's a different way of being present, one that doesn't require effort, one where the body is not in charge, and yet everything continues, just differently, like